for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. This meeting is an in-person meeting held at 870 Colfax here in Benton Harbor. In addition, a live stream of this meeting is available at the following link. Questions may be submitted beforehand to natalie.singer@bhas.org or presented in person during the public comment section as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disabilities, may be sent to natalie.singer@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 6:07 p.m. We'll begin by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Present.
Vice President Bowens,
Present.
Secretary Triplett, President Treasurer Bradley,
Present.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Present.
Trustee Gavin,
Present.
Trustee Doyle. Madam President, a quorum has been established.
All right, next we have approval of the agenda. Our agenda is for the most part similar to what we reviewed in the work session. I do want to call your attention to an additional field trip for Fairplain Middle to Washington, DC. To my understanding, there's a boiler change order number 4 that was not on the original work session agenda. We do have the ESSER funding update as requested by Trustee Gavin. And then, as you all are aware, we have a closed session at the end of the agenda directly after our training. However, at this particular time, we don't have Trustee Doyle present. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to make it this evening. So we'll have to discuss a little bit later, take a recess and discuss whether we're going to proceed with the actual board training, as it will not count if we do not have the full governance team present. Vice President Bowens.
Madam President, is it possible to make an amendment, or do I need to make a motion
What would be the suggested amendment?
that we move our closed session after section F on the agenda? Well, section I after we approval of the meeting minutes.
So, as noted in the email, we can have the closed session. However, our attorney is currently in another board member. So if there's any questions that the board may have for the attorney, he will not be available to clarify that. So that's why I have it at the end of the meeting to give us a greater opportunity to consult with him if there's any questions or clarifications needed.
So by us extending the meeting, by us putting him at the last, he has committed to being at the meeting.
Correct. He's indicated that we can call him if we need to, which is why I put it at the bottom to give us a greater chance to ensure he's out of his board meeting that he's presently in.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns regarding the agenda?
Awesome.
You have the floor.
Madam President, I sent an email to you about an agenda item for an update on.
Was that regarding the Hobart Fund update?
And it was that, I see that, but it was also about Michigan Rehabilitation Services with driver's ed. I have requested that.
Can you speak in the mic, Dr. Butts?
I have Dr. Barney here tonight that can address that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know exactly where you're going to plan to do that, Dr. Butts?
I can do it under, where are we here? Under number 5, under Hobart Fund, by Hobart Fund update.
So that would be item E under superintendent?
Correct.
And Vice President Bowens, can you restate what that item is?
It was Michigan Rehabilitation Services with the driver's ed. I wanted a number of how many students would qualify for that services. How many have taken advantage with us bringing driver's ed here. It could be cost savings, and if there has been numbers that how many qualify for it versus how many we would be paying.
I just wanted the title.
Well, I gave you more than a title.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Singer, if you could please edit the agenda and add an E under superintendent. concerning the Michigan Rehabilitation Services regarding driver's education? All right, do we have a motion to approve? Are you making a motion to approve the agenda with
Motion to
the
approve the
amendment?
agenda.
Is
with
there
the
a second or
amendment.
support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bowens and supported by Trustee Gavin. Questions, comments, and concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, next on the agenda, we have review of our Board of Education norms. The Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor area schools. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table. We will practice the 7 norms of collaboration. Those are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to self and others, and presuming positive intention. Next on the agenda, we have public comment on agenda items. Is there anyone present? All right, you have the floor. And then I'll go ahead and read our public comment statement. The Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda of which you may decide when to speak. Public comment on agenda items and open public comment. We request that each interested participant complete a public participation form using legible writing to ensure that responses are appropriate and properly focused. Per Benton Harbor Area Schools Bylaw 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings. We request that you preface your comments with your name, address, and group affiliation when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes, a 3-minute duration. And per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once on the same topic until any other persons have had the opportunity to speak on that topic. Participants may remove their mask when addressing the board. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. Please ensure that your public participation form, which is located on that table at the entrance, includes your contact information as requested. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email those directly to natalie.singer@bhas.org. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President Robinson. My name is Deanna Ellis Chopin. I am an employee with the Benton Harbor Area Schools. I am the Swahili teacher here in the high school, and I just wanted to take the time to say that as a collective, this board is one of the greatest group of individuals that I've seen work together. I think I can say I have a relationship with each of you. Some of you know me from a long time ago. Some of you know me from recent. These 2 young men here, these are my heart. I can say they grew up with me, right?
Yeah.
Right? Mama, Queen, Rocket right here. Yes, we work back together in the day, right? This lady here, I don't know her, but this is the president. When you say the president, that's the president right there. Okay. If you think I know anything as a teacher, if you think I know anything at all, God's got my back. That's my principal right there, Mr. Moran. God's got my front. My principal was Fred Roseberg. But if I know anything, that's my principal right there, Ronaldo Triplett. If I know anything, I'm very disappointed that things are going the way they are going. I think that it is sometimes in our conflicts and our difficulties, we think it's time to separate, but it's when we should hold together stronger. I'm not really crazy about the fact that my superintendent is leaving, and that's why I'm coming tonight, because my superintendent is leaving, okay? if you can say that you are a friend of the Swahili program, to me, you are a friend of God. And this man has showed that he's been a friend of God. He's been a friend to the Swahili program. But there's one person that I want to, although she's younger than me, I want to bow to her. If God can be a woman, that's her right there. Elnora Gabbard. This is the woman that kept me in this institution. When I was sent out, she called me on the phone, got me back. You all are doing a wonderful job. Do not let evil mess up your work, okay? I'm gonna let that stay right there. And most importantly, may God's will be done with any decision that's made around here. Hallelujah.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on agenda items?
Good evening. My name is James Sims. I'm a resident of Benton Township Charter. And I want to start by saying that there was a time I had came here and I had some concerns. And as of now in my life, those concerns have been met. And I want to say personally to the school board, thank you. I really want to say congratulations as a whole for the changes that have been made as far as what I have experienced with student attitude. And I'm taking it upon as my own responsibility of being able to get out and express the changes that have made with Benton Harbor area schools, that we are not just a school system that is going to be the best in this community, state, United States, but globally. I have been informed with great transparency, and that's why I would reach out to the community that transparency right now is the key to our not just survival, but our accomplishments of despite what happens. As we can see right now, as this country is making changes with our school systems. With unapologetic transparency, I feel that it's our responsibility as not just taxpayers, but investors into this school system, that we will be able to communicate with our concerns, as well as you being able to communicate with us with decisions that you make. The reason why I say this, with the decisions that you make and the level of transparency that we would have with each other, is because as you make these decisions, and we know exactly what you have to do to accomplish what's right and the greater good, not just for our students, but for our staff. And I mean, that goes all the way to the maintenance, servicing the boilers, to the teachers and the people who provide safety for our students, that can actually lead out into our community, where our young people would have a sense of ownership in this building as not only as their city hall, but as their state capital. In a perfect world, we have people who make investments into their future. And as us, as people, not just of color, but people in a community, that we know that the adversary wants one thing from us, and that's productivity. Productivity can be bought from taking an area and concentrating it into a place where crime can be committed, so there would be an income flow, or there would be an institution where we'll provide a future for this country to be able to move forward and be competitive globally. This is what I see with Benton Harbor area schools. And that's why I stand before you and say thank you. And then I turn and say to us, we are the backbone for them. If this were the leaders of the free world, we would be their armed services.
Sir, please wrap up your comment.
So in that, I close in saying, go Tigers. I got your back. We can do this. Most High bless.
Thank you. Anyone else present for comment, public comment on an agenda item? You have the floor.
Kenneth Robinson, 380 Arbor Ridge. I disagree with the decision to accept the resignation of Dr. Butts. I think that this school district needs continuity. It takes time to turn something around. I personally lead a congregation, and with vision, it takes time. You just can't turn it around overnight. He's only been the district superintendent for a little less than 3 years. It takes longer than that to make a change. I think that it would be good to maybe sit back down at the table and see if something can be worked out so that he could stay and keep leading our district in the positive direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present for public comment on agenda items?
Good evening, everyone. God bless you. So good to see you all. I wanted my husband and I to come this evening to let you all know that we have some time on our hands now that those two beautiful monuments are in place. And we would like for you to consider to call on us. We've been pretty consistent for the last almost 15 years now in the community. And I tell you, it's been special. It's been special coming home. And yes, we did hear about the upcoming transition for the superintendent. And we would certainly, if there's anything that we could say or do to help to assist with that, the world, our place here locally, it's a crucial hour. We just want to try and get it right, you know, before we roll up out of here. Okay, that's where I'm at with it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present for public comment on agenda items? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed with the agenda. I do want the board to know I'm a little bit more laid back than I normally am. My head is killing me. So anyone that has some extra positive energy to bestow upon the table, I would appreciate it so that you all can kind of balance me out. I have taken something for us, so hopefully I'll be better in the next 30 or so minutes. So if anybody has some energy they can give to balance the table out, I know I kind of set the temperature and I don't want to make anything awkward in the meeting. That would be amazing. All right, so next we have approval of meeting minutes. The meetings for review today are work session 2022, 25, closed session 2/25/25, and regular session 3/11/2025, as well as special session 3/21/25 and work session 3/25/25. I am noticing that I don't see closed session minutes in my packet. I'm not sure if it's exactly, if it's just me. Ms. Singer, are those printed and provided to the rest of the board? I can't. Okay, so we don't have, Secretary Triplett, have those been provided to Ms. Singer just yet?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I would ask that we would have to strike through those minutes if they're not present.
Madam President,
You have the floor.
those minutes, closed session, those minutes were emailed on the same night to all of the trustees on the Board of Education. And I'm not sure that I've ever really seen closed session in our actual packet because they are secure.
I know they're not normally linked to the agenda.
Yeah, they're not in our packet because they're
Okay.
private.
And I believe that was I present that night?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. No, you weren't.
Okay, so if the board has received those minutes and you all are comfortable taking a vote on those, we can proceed with the vote as noted. And I will just be abstaining, as I can't recall seeing those minutes and I can't remember if that was a meeting I was absent or not. But other than that, if the board is comfortable and has received You can do that. Okay. You will forward it to me? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett, by Trustee Doyle, and supported by Secretary Triplett. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin, Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
Trustee Doyle, can you clarify the time that you entered?
(6:24), Madam President.
Okay. Thank you. So I was present in that meeting and she has sent those to me, so thank you. I think I may be thinking of the 3:12 closed session minutes. Those have not yet been provided. Or 3:11 closed session. I think that was the actual date I was missing. So we will have those on the next agenda. Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification, Secretary Triplett. And thank you for forwarding those to me. I just didn't feel comfortable approving them and I couldn't remember exactly which ones they were. We'll proceed with the agenda reminder protocol as of 9/13/2022. All comments will be limited to 2 minutes per trustee per topic. Our first section of business is curriculum and student support services today. We'll begin with the Summer Scholars K-8 program, and that is staff report C2. Director Cups, you have the floor.
Subject, Summer Scholars K-8 instructional program. Reason for board consideration. The Board of Education shall approve all textbooks or contracts used as part of the educational program of this district. Purchases over $28,048 need board approval according to the most recent State of Michigan Department of Education threshold. Facts and analysis, the district is prepared to purchase summer scholars to help achieve one key district goal, improving academic performance as measured on local, state, and national assessments over 3 years. The program provides 25 comprehensive English language arts lessons, 25 mathematics lessons, and multiple STEM learning experiences. Consumable materials for students as well as multi-year access to an online instructional platform will ensure instructional success for our teachers during this summer programming. Policy reference, policy number 6320 purchasing, policy number 2210 curriculum development, funding source Michigan Comprehensive Literacy Development Grant, strategic plan reference academics. Benton Harbor area schools will increase student achievement as measured on local, state, and national assessments. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor area schools Board of Education votes to approve the purchase of summer scholars as presented, totaling $46,901.78.
Is there a motion to approve staff report C2?
I make a motion to approve staff report C2.
I second the motion.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
Yes.
I just got a question. Last year for summer school, what curriculum did we use?
Last year for summer school, I was told that we had materials that the teachers could use with IXL and Lexia, and we did not purchase a curriculum or program to be used for summer school. And the feedback from the teachers was that they would prefer to have a program to be able to use this coming summer.
So in follow-up to that question, did the teachers get to look at, the teachers that are teaching this summer school? Did they get to look at the curriculum or this?
There were some teachers that previewed it and the instructional facilitators and principals previewed it.
So okay, I like what you just said. There were some teachers that did it. Where the teachers that will be teaching summer school.
We don't have any teachers that have been assigned to teach summer school at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Secretary Triplett.
Madam President, I'm very concerned, and to my colleagues, when we throw the word curriculum around, because we do not have an outlying curriculum that has been presented to me yet. These are resources that we are using, hopefully in alignment with the state standard and what have you. So just for clarification purposes, we are voting on some resources to be used for the summer program, but this is not a curriculum, an outlying curriculum for Benton Harbor area schools. Because today, and for some time now, I haven't seen an established written outlying curriculum for this district.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Rocket Martin.
I see the funding sources from the Michigan Comprehensive Literacy Development Grant. So I assume that is something approved by
Microphone.
the state of Michigan.
Can you repeat that in the mic?
I said, I see the funding source is from the Michigan Department of Ed. So I assume that it is something that is approved by them and that it would probably, most likely, satisfy the needs of academic achievement for our students during this summer program. I have done summer school many, many years, and it is always best to have some curriculum in front of you to work through and to do. iExcel is a computer program that they use normally during the school year, and the students use it at home. So to have something extra would be very nice to have. And I think it is approved by, it's not costing us, right? It's through a grant. So I'm good with it.
I just have a,
Trustee Gavin.
Director Cups, can you tell us, can you hear me? Can you tell us, what was the main deciding factor for you choosing this resource? What is the greatest benefit from this particular resource?
So there were several factors that made this stand apart from other programs that were previewed. This has both math and ELA and comes with STEM activities. It is turnkey, meaning that all of the supplies for those STEM activities are also part of the package that we are presenting. It has the 25 lessons for both ELA and math. It has student workbooks along with an online platform for the teachers. And the only additional cost in subsequent years would be to replenish the consumables. And this is aligned to state standards.
And my next question is there an opportunity for, because you said that you don't have the summer school staff selected yet? Is there a window of opportunity for training the staff and making sure that they're acclimated to these materials before summer school starts? And if so, how much time will they have to train and prepare and get acclimated with the resources before they dig into them with the students?
So the program does come with a full day of professional development to prepare the teachers. That is planned for the week after school lets out for the year, and that would be the week before summer school begins. We just had a meeting today about ensuring that we have funding for the employee costs for summer school. That's why we have not made any announcements about staffing for summer school. With the current climate, with grant funding and everything else, we want to make sure that we have the funding source before we place people into the positions.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Second one question.
Who did I miss?
I'm saying, you're asking any other questions?
Yeah, any other questions from the board regarding this particular item? Secretary Triplett?
I think that it is critical, and this has been happening for some time. Our teachers are brought into the equation after the fact. And when we ask the question here at the table, you know, there's the I forgot the titles that you call them. The teachers who, the ones who train and help the teachers. What do you call them? Instructional facilitators, but the ones who have to do the instruction and the ones who have to facilitate. I would just like to have some more specific information as it relates to our teachers being at the table, because they are the ones that are actually doing the work, and oftentimes it seems like they are surprised, to say the least. But thank you so very much, and I do support it. Because we need resources in order to accomplish what it is that we need to accomplish.
All right, so if there's no other questions, we'll take a vote on staff report C2 regarding the Summer Scholars K-8 instructional program. Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, up next, we have staff report C3 concerning the field trip to Potawatomi Zoo.
Field trip Potawatomi Zoo, reason for board approval. The board shall approve field trips and other district-sponsored trips that are planned to keep students out of the district overnight or longer or out of state. Facts and analysis, Martin Luther King Junior Elementary School is requesting permission to take 65 first grade students and 7 chaperones to Potawatomi Zoo in South Bend, Indiana on May 30th, 2025. This will be an out-of-state trip requiring students, chaperones, and the bus driver to cross state lines. A field trip to the zoo provides first graders with a hands-on learning experience that enhances their understanding of animals, habitats, and conservation. It supports science curriculum standards by allowing students to observe animal behaviors, compare characteristics, and explore biodiversity in real life. This experience fosters curiosity, critical thinking, and social emotional growth as students engage in interactive exhibits and learn about environmental stewardship. By connecting classroom lessons to the real world, a zoo visit makes learning meaningful, memorable, and exciting for young learners. Policy reference, Policy 2340, field and other district-sponsored trips. Funding source, Title I federal funds. Strategic plan reference, learning environment. Benton Harbor area schools will develop, maintain, and implement with fidelity a multi-tiered system of support that enhances the culture and learning environment. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the field trip to Potawatomi Zoo for first grade students as presented.
All right, and before I call for a motion to approve, Director Kupch, can you clarify the total cost of this field trip? I noticed that it's not noted on the staff report. I do know that in the actual proposal, it notates per pupil cost, $9.50, but the total cost is not on the staff report as previously requested. While we wait for that, I'll go ahead and open up to any other questions that the board might have. And then I'll give her an opportunity to pull that total. Any questions from the board? Secretary Triplett.
Madam President, when I look here, when we talk about field trips and what have you, there's, I just need some clarification. When these trips are day trips, they're not overnight, they're not extended stay, because I noticed that this report is written a proposal for overnight / extended student trip. So I don't understand why this is written on this particular document. Because it is not an overnight trip and it is not an extended student trip. It's just a field trip. And
It's
so-
out of state.
Oh, is that what it is? So
Mhm.
should
It's
that
in
be? at
South,
the top?
Potawatomi is in South Bend.
Yes, I'm familiar with that. So I didn't see that. Does that go on here? So should it be on here out of state? We talking about our document?
Where are you
Look
referencing?
at you.
I'm looking at the proposal for, the actual form that was submitted. So the title of that specifically states proposal for overnight extended student trip.
Oh.
So it doesn't say specifically
Out
out
of
of
state.
state. So if that's going to be, that might be something when we use, that they look at for the
Just
document.
update it,
To
yeah.
add it, that it's out of state, because our kids go, a lot of times they go to Chicago. To aquarium and what have you. So those, but these are the only ones that come to us, the ones that are out of state, overnight and extended.
Correct.
Okay, what do they mean by extended? Do anybody know what?
Is that just beyond the school day, Dr. Butts? Or what is technically extended mean for the school district?
Beyond the school day in or out of state.
Okay, any other questions from the board at this time?
Yes, is there a number, because I understand this is a field trip for students that have,
Can you speak in your mic? I think it's because we have the I don't know if it's heat or air that's blowing out right now. Okay.
I understand that this trip is for students that have positive behavior and exemplify that. Is there a number of how many students that will not be going due to behavior issues? And does Title I funding state that we have to put restrictions in doing that?
That would be, I think I don't know if you're posing that question to me or Dr. Butts or Bob Carter.
It's to whoever can give an answer.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to write on a number. Could you repeat that question again?
How many students that, because this is for positive behavior, how many students are not able to go on the trip? And does Title I have any restrictions on that?
Title I does not have restrictions, so if any students that are not going on because of positive behavior, that's at the building level. I know Ms. Blockett is looking up the amount for the trip. I can give her a moment to come up to answer your question if you would like, or if the board would insist that she come up and give an answer once she finds her number.
Thank you.
I'll leave that to the discretion of the board.
What we'll do if there's no objections from the board, we'll suspend the order of the agenda temporarily and proceed to field trip for Washington DC. And then come back to staff report C3. At this time, we don't have a motion to approve C3, so we'll proceed with C4 to give them an opportunity to provide that number. And then just a reminder to curriculum. As indicated I think it was a phone call, you all were in a meeting and I was very pleasant with the reminder that I do need the funding source. That's for whether it's curriculum or finance or facilities and finance, whatever exactly it is. I do want to make sure that total amount that you're asking the board to spend is notated on the staff reports. So we're going to proceed staff report C4.
The Washington DC experience, The board shall approve field trips and other district-sponsored trips that are planned to keep students out of the district overnight or longer or out of state. Facts and analysis, Fairplain East Middle School is requesting permission to take 35 middle school age students, I apologize, middle school age students and 3 chaperones to Washington DC from June 12th through June 14th, 2025. This will be an out-of-state trip requiring students and chaperones to cross state lines. A field trip to Washington DC offers middle school students a dynamic hands-on learning experience that enhances their understanding of history, government, and culture. By visiting landmarks such as the Capitol, Supreme Court, and national monuments, students connect classroom lessons to real-world sites, deepening their knowledge of U.S. civics and history. Access to world-class museums enriches their cultural awareness at no additional cost, while group travel fosters independence, collaborations, and social emotional growth. This trip not only reinforces academic content, but also inspires future educational and career aspirations through exposure to national institutions and diverse perspectives. Policy reference, Policy 2340, field and other district-sponsored trips. Funding source, Title I federal funds. Strategic plan reference, learning environment. Benton Harbor area schools will develop, maintain, and implement with fidelity a multi-tiered system of support that enhances the culture and learning environment. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor area schools Board of Education votes to approve the field trip to Washington DC for 35 students as presented. Dr. Butts has the copies that have the amount on it. I apologize for not including that. There is also in your packet additional information related to the trip. The materials that are provided by the tour company. And once the trip is approved, then they're able to make the reservations, and then we'll be able to provide the hotel stay and other travel information that's not currently in the form.
Okay, so for clarification for the board, under finances, the total per student cost is, the total cost for the students is $40,075. Cost per student is $1,145. And so what you're indicating at this time is that you all don't have the actual travel arrangement cost because you needed the approval.
The company does not make the reservations until after the contract is booked. So we can't give the actual hotel information until we're able to book the trip. It's an all-inclusive, it's the travel, the stay, the food, the tours, it's all inclusive.
That's included in the 1,000. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any questions? So I'll ask, is there a motion to approve? If we could update.
I make a motion to approve staff report C4.
Is there a second or support?
I second.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Vice President Bowens. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I think it's great that our kids are going to Washington DC. I think it's an experience. I guess my question is, if this trip has been already announced to the students and they were told in the beginning of the year, why are we just getting this now?
So I can, I'm not sure if you want that from Dr. Butts. I can give you the viewpoint from a parent being in the meeting, but I'm not sure if you want that clarification from Dr.
Well,
Butts or
you know,
Director Kupch.
I don't want to age us, but when I went to McCord Elementary, well, McCord Renaissance, back then, in September, we knew we were going on a trip in April or May, and we had to do fundraising, we had to get our permission slips signed and everything. I understand that this trip is not at a cost to students. I think we're doing things backwards, is what I'm stating. We've seen it on Facebook and everything that our kids are going to Washington DC, but the board never approved it. And here we are coming now approving it. if we're going to be an efficient and effective government body, we have to do things in decency and order.
I agree with you 100%. What I do know, I believe it may have been in March, that the students were informed that they were the top 35 and that there would be a field trip that would be presented for them as a result. In the parent meeting that we had, when we went over the initial information, they did ensure that all parents were aware that the field trip was tentative pending board approval. So Principal McGee was very clear on letting the parents know that the board had to approve. I did notice the Benton Harbor Area Schools posting of the field trip. And I did actually indicate that to Dr. Bus today via email. So you are correct. I let him know that we need to make sure that we're not posting things officially until they've been officially approved. So you're absolutely correct. Any other comments from the board, Vice President Bradley?
I was just going to say, this is an exciting opportunity. I can remember being at McCord, and matter of fact, I had just found some stuff from souvenirs from my 8th grade trip to Colorado when I was at McCord back in 2001. I do agree with Vice President Bowens. You know, we don't want to put stuff out there and get the students excited. And I will say that Washington DC, that is going to be an exciting trip. I was just there on Capitol Hill and around the Capitol doing some work for another organization I'm a part of, and it was busy. And I was just about as excited as anybody, and I know that our students are going to be excited as well. And definitely, it will be something that they will remember for years and years to come.
Trustee Doyle?
Thank you, Madam President. I remember at some point we had discussed doing all these field trips at one time, so we wouldn't have to keep coming back to the table to approve them, because we knew that these field trips were coming. Is there some type of way we can get back to that, to get that done at the beginning of the year so we can get all those field trips out the way?
Director Cupch, is that something that's feasible from a principal and building level standpoint to pre-plan and bring them to us at the beginning of the year?
I think we could do that for some field trips, but we wouldn't be able to do that for all field trips. I can say one example would be a CTE field trip that went to Notre Dame. That was something that we learned of and wanted to bring to the board with a quick turnaround to ensure our students could go. So sometimes there are opportunities that we learn about that we want to make sure we provide that we don't know exist, or they might not have even been planned if we were to bring those at the beginning of the school year. I think that we could certainly make that effort to bring as many as possible at one time, but just with that understanding that there may be additional trips that we're unable to bring at the beginning of the year.
I understand that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Trustee Gavin?
Thank you, President Robinson. I'm very excited about this opportunity for our students, and just want to show my gratitude to the principal for making sure, and everyone who had anything to do with making sure that this happens, this experience for them. I noticed that they're going to a lot of museums and they're getting a lot of experiences, and I was looking forward to them having an opportunity to visit the African American History Museum as a part of the Smithsonian. They indicated that they will work on that. I'm wondering, if we vote on this now and they then are able to add that, would they still be able to add a stop on the trip and we not have to go back and vote or any of that? Do they have the flexibility to go ahead and add that to the trip?
Yep, I would say yes. The itinerary that we have in here is a sample itinerary, so it's not firm. It's just an idea of some of the places that they may be able to visit, but you are correct. She did say that they could definitely look into them doing that.
Perfect. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Secretary Triplett?
I too would like to say, thank you to Principal Phillips for organizing this trip for our students, and also the effective use of title funds to support this trip. Because all of our schools, now we're in a situation, we really don't know what's happening, what's going to happen as it relates to our titles and what have you, but all of our buildings were titled, and there was millions of dollars available for our students from individual buildings and the district title fund. And so, as I said, this is the reason why I think that it's important that each principal have their budgets at the beginning of the school year, and they know exactly what they have and know how to write those budgets, so we make sure that we're not supplanting, that they schedule this stuff all throughout the year. At the beginning, there are traditional trips there at MLK. Usually the first graders go to Potawatomi every year. Those are things that we can, at the beginning of the school year. What is the major third grade trip? What is the major second grade trip? Those things should be planned when the teachers and staff and administrators come back at the beginning of the school year, and the work can be done. So again, I just want to say, this is one of the first times that I've seen title funds used where our kids are truly the benefactor, where they did not have to pay any money to go as far as the cost for them to go on this trip. And we received millions of dollars because of the fact that our students have been identified. And that money is supposed to go to our students and to our schools in those individual schools. So I appreciate this, Ms. Phillips, and to Dr. Butts and Director Cuss for your support, and our Director of Finance for your guidance in this process for our students to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Raquel Martin, there were no other hands raised. You did? Okay, you have the floor.
I'm happy they have an opportunity to go. And I'm also pleased that you're using a company to help plan your field trip. It goes so much smoother when you use a entity that knows how to do those things. So I'm sure the kids will have a great time, and that everybody will be safe and just enjoy themselves.
All right, so I would like to add a thank you to the board for allowing this to be placed on the agenda today. It was sent to me maybe about an hour or so before the meeting. And so I wanted to make sure that I pointed it out. I agree with Trustee Gavin. We attended the parent meeting. We were both proud parents to be present and have our students a part of the top 35. I believe she indicated that I think it was about 15 of the top 35 is actually our sixth graders. So I thought that was extremely powerful. They're coming in strong. The number one student based on GPA is a sixth grader. So I think it's wonderful that they're able to celebrate in this manner, because it will guide their trajectory for the remainder of their junior high period. One of the things that I was excited about when I learned from a parent standpoint is that there is an opportunity to earn free school credit. So they actually have engagement opportunities that the students can do additional work in response to the field trip and actually earn some credit for doing so. So it was a really amazing opportunity. The students were proud, the parents were proud. Principal McGee Phillips did an amazing job at presenting it to us. And so I do support this field trip. Of course, not just as a parent, but as a board member, I think it'll be an amazing opportunity. So if there's no other questions from the board, I'll ask if
Madam
we,
President,
yes.
quick question, and I don't want to sound doom and gloom. Have you guys been informed of a contingency plan? Like last week, there was a big massive protest in DC. No telling the way our country is going right now, what will happen if there's a protest or something that pops up. Are you guys aware of a contingency? It says it's built in, so will you guys discuss that?
You're asking if we discussed it in our parent meeting? I don't believe that was something that they outlined specifically. Was it, trustee Gavin? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Yeah,
Okay.
that wasn't pointed out to us.
Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions from the board, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote on staff report C4?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Are we prepared for staff report C3? Okay, so if you could just present, you can go ahead and read staff report C3 through, and then we're gonna notate the recommended action.
You want the whole thing again?
You read it once before?
Yeah. I can
Okay.
just read
Can
the
you just read
recommended action. Mhm.
Please be patient with me. I'm not in tip-top shape today.
I appreciate the patience as well. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the field trip to Potawatomi Zoo for first grade students as presented, totaling $1,026.06.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report C3?
I so move.
Support.
All right, the motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Treasurer Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns? All right, hearing none, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, awesome. And Director Kupch, if you could possibly send out a reminder to your principals to make sure that they, I like the way that Principal McGee Phillips did it with the total cost noted as well as the cost per students. It might make it easier for Ms. Singer when developing the staff report. All right, we can proceed with facilities and finance. First up, we have the boiler change order number 3, which the board did review last week. And then following that, we have boiler change number 4. I would ask, I think Director Dash is gonna present these. Okay, so we can start with, if you could kind of give us an update on where we are with the boilers in general, what led to having 4, and then we'll kind of go through FAC 1 and FAC 2 back to back.
So right now they're continuing work, and as they're moving through the project, they're just finding more things that are, well, actually, we knew about these things. They brought them up quite a while ago, I believe, the wiring situation anyway. But am I misspeaking on that? Dr. Butts? No? But yeah, everything seems to be on schedule as long as we get these things pushed through. And that's really all I know right now.
You can add, you've been kind of quiet this evening.
No, I'll elaborate. So on change order 3, that was the one Steve from C2AE came in and spoke with the board about. Change order number 4 was dealing with some more electrical work that needed to be done. Noted on the initial plan was in addition of a generator for the gym. The gym is a designated heating resource for the community when we run out of power. So we part of the project when it was first approved was to have that generator included so that if the power goes out in the city, the gym will have heat and light in there. So that's part of the change order for number 4.
Okay, Director Dash, can you go ahead and present staff report FAC 1? I know that's the one that we reviewed in the work session, and then you may have more questions once we get to staff report FAC 2.
Okay, that's fine. Reason for board consideration, the board must vote to approve expenditures in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, the following change order has been reviewed by the Director of Facilities, Superintendent, and is presented to the board for review and approval. Change order number 3. Do you want me to read all the numbers and all that stuff? Okay. New control panel for condensate pump. $4,651. New power feed pump. $4,025. Replace feed to condensate tank. $3,860. Per bulletin 5 or per bulletin 4, item B41, replace the bus duct. $162,424. Per bulletin 5, item B51, revise gas service at the high school. That is $14,072. For bulletin 5, item B52, replace additional condensate receiver at the high school, $16,349. For bulletin 5, item B5.3, add secondary pump to condensate receiver at Fairplain East, $8,275. Bulletin 5, item B5.4, revise feed water controls at Fairplain East, $5,020. Deduct from the contingency allowance, $81,671. Total change order amount, $137,005. Policy reference 6320, purchasing. Funding source is 2017 sinking funds. Strategic plan reference, facilities operations, Benton Harbor area schools will develop, implement, and evaluate a fiscally responsible plan that will ensure physical and psychological safety. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the change order for the Benton Harbor Area Schools boiler replacement project for the total of $137,005.
Is there a motion to approve staff report FAC 1?
I make a motion to approve staff report FAC 1.
Is there a second or support?
Second.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the board regarding
Madam-
FAC 1?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
how many, I guess my question is, how many more change orders? I know we have one more. How many more do you expect? I know this is
I
an old
can't
deal.
answer that. I could ask Dr. Butts to speak on that.
You can defer it to me.
Defer.
With that question being said, as they go through and continue to replace, so after the heating season is over, they're ready to dismantle the main boiler that is there now. So once they dismantle it and continue to connect the remainder of the new portions of the boilers, there's 6 down there. We don't know what they'll actually find. So these change orders are coming about. We had a contingency, as you can see, the last amount of the contingency was 81,000 that's highlighted. That is the last amount we used that up. So as they find new things, we've gone over the contingency that we had put aside. So originally it was $4 million plus dollars. With that $4 million, we had some contingency funds built in. So what's happening is, as they find new issues as they go, we've used up the contingency, and that's why we have a change order. In the past, I didn't have to bring those change orders to the board because they were part of the contingency fund, but we've run out of that contingency as they find new problems with the age of the building.
Madam President.
Secretary Triplett.
Okay, so we look at replace feed to condensate tank, where it had that $3,860, so there needs to be an adjustment in the actual report. Okay, so that would and also with the this was the one that we discussed in the work session.
Correct.
And so for clarification purposes, it's important and it's imperative because this can continue on and on and on. It can get larger and larger and larger. So I know that we just can't just leave it wide open, because when he came and presented the last time, he also stated, Dr. Butts, when we did this project about the valves in the classrooms, the heating in the classroom. We need clarification on what that looked like, because if we're going to be you spend $4 million on this boiler project, and we specifically stated that they need to be able to adjust the heating in the room. So we really need to know this information as soon as possible. And we just can't let them say, well, now we get down here, now we need 10 more wires and we need another additional wire. Does this funding, when we've gone over our allowance, are there any more funds in the sinking funds? Because that would be able to support. So how, as a financial committee, we need to discuss again and put that into place, how much we are going to put in this contingency allowance position. But they need to be able to give us some clarification. It's not just the fact that it's a old building, old pipes. They knew it was an old building, old pipes when we first started the project. And so we had problems from the beginning because people didn't understand how long this process was going to actually take. It's not like we came in and changed the boiler in our house. Okay, so we need to get with that, our chairman, Chairman Bradley, if we can get together with our finance committee. I'm just asking, because we need to come and put at least something somewhere. We have a general idea, or we'll just keep on going. This could end up $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 million, and we cannot afford that at all.
And I agree, because we sat in the same meeting and we heard the same thing, and I've asked some other constituents that were part of the meeting as well. So they've heard the same thing. So we've got to get some clarification from C2AE.
Thank you.
Any other, Trustee Gavin?
Thank you, President Robinson. I do have a couple questions. The company that we're using, is it the company that has been servicing our boilers all along, or is this a new company?
C2AE is, you didn't give me the floor.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry about that. C2AE is the company that was hired as the contractor for it. Egan is the company that has been working on our boilers for past, I don't know how many years, long before I came. So yes, they are the company that are working on it, that are working as subcontractors under C2AE.
So it's a different company than the ones that were servicing our boilers.
That's correct. So when we set out the RFP, C2AE won the bid. Egan did not bid because they were going to be doing the work themselves. So it was almost, when it came up, it was like a conflict of interest for them to bid and do the work. I can't remember all the specifics when we went through that whole process. But I do recall myself, Treasurer Clayton at the time, and it was one other board member that was with us that went through an entire training on the RFP process and the bid process.
So the architect is C2AE, the contractor is Egan, which is the same entity that has been servicing the boilers.
And so when they did the architecture and they collaborated with Egan, they didn't see any of these things until now that they're further into the work. That's rhetorical. The other issue that I have is, is it our process to have our attorney review the contract with it being a multi-million-dollar contract? Did the attorney provide any type of protections for us or stipulations in the contract to ensure that there wouldn't be a lot of change orders? Did they speak to that at all? And did the attorney speak to the question that I've been asking about regulating the heat in the classrooms?
So
You have the floor.
Thank you.
You have the floor throughout her question period.
Okay, thank you. So at the time of this, we had a different, we had a chief finance officer and a chief of student services / facilities as well. They did submit this contract to our attorneys and got feedback from it. So from the feedback that we got, and I will have to go back and research that paperwork, from the feedback that we got, everything was okay through the attorneys that they used. That was one of the questions that Treasurer Creighton had at the time as well.
And also the chairman of that committee at that particular time. we were
Speaking your mic, Secretary.
Yeah, when we were doing the boiler. That was one of the concerns because we didn't know to what degree, but we knew that the things that we had going on in this building 150, 100 something odd years old. Some components of this building is 150 years old. And so we knew that there would be probably run into some things because there was a lot of unknown. There was a lot of pipings and things that were acceptable in the state of Michigan that no longer are acceptable here. So we found out all of those different things when the city came in about the lead and all of those different things. So we did know, but we didn't know to this level where now you're talking about another $150,000 being used for this. That's obviously we have to cap it off. We did know. So because some of the things with Egan served as, since they have been working on the boilers for so long, like an advisor. Because the boilers and what have you that we had in the building, those things, some of those things were outdated. Couldn't even find parts that people still made the parts for those things. So they were just patching up. So we did know. And as Dr. Buss said, we did have the attorney at that particular time for to the best of their ability to look at it and say, okay, this is something that you all can go off into.
So the attorney, thank you, Secretary Triplett. So the attorney okayed the contract. My other question is, since then, have we heard from the attorney in regards to the regulation of the heat in the classrooms, teachers or staff members being able to regulate the temperature in the classroom?
So I did go and speak with Egan about that. They can regulate the amount of steam going to different parts of the building, but they're not aware of any per classroom regulations. So that's one of the things that I've got to send back. I got to find which attorneys that our former chief of finance and former chief of student services spoke with to see if that was specifically addressed.
Have to find out who the attorney is that can address this question that we've been asking for quite a while. Is it possible to put a deadline on, when we can get information from the attorney about the question?
So what I have to do is go through their emails because I did assign that project out to them. So I will go back and have our technology department to look through their emails when the attorneys responded.
The technology department to figure out who our attorney is?
They can go back through their emails to determine the response that we got from the attorneys.
Thank you, President Roberts.
All right, so at this, Trustee Rocket Martin.
Dr. Butts, can you kind of tell
Can you
us,
put your mic a little bit closer to
can you
your
kind of
mouth?
tell us about how close we are to being done? Do you have a?
Yes, ma'am. So once the weather has warmed up, and typically I know we give at least 2 to 3 weeks of warm weather before we start shutting the boilers down. Once we shut the boilers down, then the work will be the work to remove that last big old boiler out. So the completion date is around July, a little towards the middle towards the end of July, that it should be the final component should be connected as far as the boilers. Now the work for the generator will be around that time as well because they're kind of working hand in hand.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Buss,
Secretary Triplett wanted a quick clarification.
when we went into this agreement, it's further out. It was an 18-month process. At first, they had told us that it would be 24 months, and that's 2 years.
Yep.
But it could be within 18 months from when they start, Ms. Rockett. So we talking about possibly, there are certain times that they can do more work, which is in the summertime when the students are not here and what have you. But we have an 18-month window from the start of the project. So that can go off into October, September, and October.
But we will have heat because once we move the old boiler out, 3 will automatically come online.
Yeah.
Okay, the only thing that I want to add, and I'll do so really quickly, I want to call your attention to this original change order for FAC one. It was presented to us February 5th of 2025. And so I know we discussed it in our work session, and then we are here now in April of 24, April 8th of 24. So I agree with Secretary Triplett. I don't know what that potential cost would be like, or how much would be recommended to put additionally in a contingency. I know that that would have to come before the board, but I would definitely agree with us if we have a pocket of money. And I'm not meaning to make Director Brock Carter anxious, because I know that's not enough budget that she been getting together so well. If there's any pennies left over that we could consider putting in that fund, it would probably be a good idea so that we don't have any delays in the work actually being done. However, given limitations with current finances, I know that might be a little bit much, but definitely something for the committee to consider. So at this time, I'll ask Secretary Triplett, and I know we don't often pull from the sinking fund. I don't know what the total amount in that fund is at this time, but Secretary Triplett, can you call for the vote for staff report FAC one? We didn't call for the vote.
We didn't.
Oh, we just did the motion. I'm sorry. I just put the yes at the
The
end.
motion was made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton. Bradley. Yes. Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, up next, we have staff report FAC two. This change order was sent April 2nd, so we have a quick turnaround on this one. I'll allow Director Dash to present the staff report. And I do want you all to make sure you're paying attention to this additional amount as well. This is an additional amount on top of what we just approved. Director Dash.
Okay, boiler replacement change order number 4. Reason for board consideration, the board must vote to approve expenditures in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, the following change order has been reviewed by the facilities director, superintendent, and is presented to the board for review and approval. Change order number 3, per bulletin 6, item B6.1, revised hydronic piping and high school boiler room, $17,210. Per bulletin 6, item B6.2, revised hydronic pumps to match pre-work test and balance report, $5,490. Per bulletin 6, item B6.3, revised condensate receiver schedule, $0. Per bulletin 6, item B6.4, delete pumps P-2, $8,626. Per bulletin 7, item B7, revise electrical to correct inspector identified bare neutrals, $122,109. Total change order amount, $136,183. Policy reference 6320, purchasing, funding source 2017 sinking funds. Strategic plan reference, facilities and operations. Benton Harbor area schools will develop, implement, and evaluate a fiscally responsible plan to ensure physical and psychological safety. Recommended action that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the change order for the Benton Harbor Area Schools boiler replacement project for the total of $136,183.
All right, so is there a motion to approve staff report FAC 2?
Madam President, I make a motion that we approve staff report FAC 2.
Is
I
there,
make a motion to approve staff report.
are you supporting that?
I support.
All right, the motion has been made by Vice President Bowen and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
Yes.
Is it possible that you, do you ask the financial, director, how much do we have in a sinking fund? Or is that something that they don't?
I think she has it ready. I think Dr. Bus might also have it handy.
On the monthly financial reports, under the statement of financial position, the balance of the sinking fund is $9,711,373. And that is updated on the monthly reports. So when I get to my section, I'll show you where it is. So every month you can be updated on the balance.
Thank you. I just wanted the public to also hear it. Thank you.
Okay, so the only thing that I will add, we did just approve the amount as noted, which was $137,005 with approval of this one for $136,183. We are approving a total of $273,188 towards the boilers. And when I got this one, I had to calculate myself and make sure I understood what I was asking of the board. So I just want to make sure everyone is clear on that. Are there any other questions? Treasurer Bradley?
I would just make this comment, like you said, I had to calculate myself and, you know, I'm glad that we're getting this project done. I remember when we had the old system in there and we spent $250,000 to get it up to date. So to add to that calculation now, we're spending about $500,000 on top of the already millions of dollars we're spending on the system. And I would just also add that we want it fixed right and we want to make sure it's done good. So like I said, sometimes you have to just make that sacrifice in order to do that. So, I mean, that's a part of leadership that we have to just grapple with. Sometimes making sure that when we spend that money, that we make sure that it's done right and professionally.
All right, if there's no other question, Secretary Triplett.
This is not a question, it's a comment. We got to get this done. It's not cheap. You have $9 million and I've been saying this for some time. We've had millions of dollars in this sinking fund, which is there for building, for major projects and all of those things. And our building just sat there and dilapidated. And I don't know why it's not for us just to sit there and not use it. You know, that's why we have a sinking fund. And for us to say, well, yeah, we got $9 million, but this wall is getting ready to fall. So $200,000 and $250,000 with $9 million left for our kids to be warm, whatever we need to do by any means necessary. We need to spend the money. It's not for us to sit up and be like my father, just save money. And then you die and other people use it. So we got to use the money. So I think it's a good thing. It's not, don't get nervous about it. It's got to be done. It's got to be done full and complete because there are warranties on this as well. So it's not that they're just doing this and we don't have any warranty on the work that they're giving us.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, Secretary Triplett, can you call the vote for staff report FAC 2?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle. Motion carried.
All right, up next, we have our monthly financial report, staff report F1. I believe in Director Brock Carter's absence, Dr. Buss did go over the financials for us. Unless there's anything pertinent for you to highlight in the financials, you can proceed to your staff report and then we'll move forward.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move forward with staff report F1. Reason for board consideration, a set of financial reports is provided to the Board of Education each month. Facts and analysis. This evening, it is recommended that the February 2025 payments be approved for all of the district's funds. Policy reference 6470, payment of claims. Strategic plan goal reference, facilities/operations. Benton Harbor Area Schools will develop, implement, and evaluate a physically
responsible plan that will ensure physical and psychological safety. Recommended action that the Board of Education approve the February 1st through February 28th payments for the following funds. General Fund, $652,632.73. Food Service Fund, $134,786.38. 2017 Sinking Fund, $251,460.53. Student Activity Fund, $3,264.48, with a total of $1,042,144.12.
Is there a motion to approve staff report F1?
I make a motion to approve staff report F1.
Is there a second or support?
I support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Secretary Triplett. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Trustee Gavin.
Thank you, President Robinson. With our report, I see somewhere where it says that revenue is expected to be more than originally budgeted for the fiscal year. Can you explain that?
That is the year-to-date revenues, based on year-to-date at this time last year.
So we have more revenues this year. I don't want to say it wrong. Does that mean that we have more revenues this year than last year, or?
Well, from July 1st, 2024 to February 28, 2025, compared to July 1st, 2023 through end of February 2024. At this point, based on the revenue received up until that date, we are higher than we were during the last period.
Okay, thank you for that. And so if we were looking to know what is our balance with all expenses paid, with those expenses paid, what is our current balance that we have in the bank?
If you go to page if you look at page 23 of the monthly reports, the statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in fund balances, that gives you fund balance at the end of the period for each fund. The first section is the general fund, next section is the sinking fund, and the next following section is our non-major funds, which is our athletic fund and food service fund.
What is that balance?
You want all of them or each fund?
I would like the total.
Total of all fund balances at the end of the period was $34,662,504.
That's after expenses?
Yes, ma'am.
So expenses are paid and we have 34 million.
Yes, if we count all of our fund balances, yes.
Thank you so much.
Secretary Triplett.
Clarification, when you say fund balance, what do you mean? Is that the $20 million?
Added into that as well.
That's right. So,
Correct.
yeah, I just want to make sure that we understand that is there off to the side in case of emergencies. It cannot be used on a regular. It's not,
Correct.
it's off to the side. So when you look at that, it would be like 14 million.
Well, it will be about 10.
Okay.
Point of clarity.
Go ahead.
What's the 10?
If we subtract the fund balance, that's our fund balance at the end of last year. And what we have, if we end the year in a deficit, we go into our fund balance, the 24 million that we have. I'm subtracting that from the 34 million altogether. And that will leave us with 10.
The 24 million represents what?
That is included in our general fund balance.
So you're saying just extra?
No,
What is the 10?
when I told you we have 34 million in all of our fund balances, the 24 million is included in that. So Mr. Tripoli asks, what is our balance after we subtract our fund balance? And that would be 10 million.
What can the fund balance be used for?
Well, it is to be used if our budget goes into a deficit. So if our expenses outweigh our revenue, then we go into our fund balance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it'd be, I guess you could, from a personal standpoint, you could look at it like savings. Yeah.
Sorry. Extra
Madam
money.
President.
Vice President Bradley.
I was also gonna say, I know from with the financial training too, that savings, that's a savings account that is required by law that every district has to have. And then that's not including, that's including the ESSER funds too, right? That 34 million.
No, the ESSER funds that we have for this fiscal school year are to cover the expenses that go with it. So it really, when we get in ESSER funds, we've already spent it. We're just drawing down what we've already spent. So it kind of nets out to zero. So I wouldn't say that ESSER funds for 24-25 are in that fund balance.
Okay, if there's no other questions, from the table, Ms. Singer, can you call, or I can, being that can we get her a mic? Sometimes she has to. Okay, can you call the roll for the vote for staff report F1? Yes.
Vice President Bowens.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Treasurer Bradley.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
And Trustee Doyle.
Yes. All right, motion carries and passes for staff report F1. I just want to do a time check for the board at 7:39. We're making it through this agenda. Just a reminder, we do have a very extensive work session where we go through all of these agenda items and have our discussion. So we want to try to make sure that we either get our questions answered in that work session or try to get them answered prior to coming to the table so we can get through our agenda as quickly as possible. We're not really too delayed in time today. However, I do want you all to remember that we do have a training as well as a closed session plan for the remainder of the evening. So we need to try to get through the remainder of the standard agenda portion as quickly as possible so that we're not here too late in the hour. So at this time, we will proceed to human resources, separation of staff report H1. No, I'm sorry, staff cost reduction, staff report F1. Director Brock Carter.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Butts, and this is not, I'm sorry,
It's not a staff report.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brock Carter. The staff cost reductions were put there so that you can go ahead and preview them for the next work session. That was something that we wanted to make sure we go ahead and get out to you as soon as possible.
Okay, so it's not for discussion today,
No,
it's just
ma'am.
to give us access to it.
Yes, ma'am.
President,
All right, 1 second, Trustee Gavin. Can you send this, because I know it's embedded in the agenda, but can you send this out as a separate email to the board with the actual title so it's easier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Trustee
Gavin.
President Robinson, I'm trying to understand, how is the item on our agenda that we cannot discuss? Especially one that speaks to staff reductions. Is it that I guess my question is Dr. Butt's office prepared to explain the staff reductions? Because we just see numbers here, we don't see who's gonna be cut, you know, how they're gonna be cut. It's just, for some reason, we need to cut $2 to $3 million, but there is no clarity as to who, why, how, and when.
Dr. Butts?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll give a brief overview. With the staff cost reductions, we are, as we've stated before, the ESSER funds have ended. and we got to balance our expenditures and our revenues as presented to you prior to in a work session and board meeting. Director Brock Carter has stated and shown in a previous slide, the reduction in the funding that we will get. This staff cost reduction is what the principals have come up with from their budgets, and is being presented to you from the principal standpoint of what they decided that they wanted to reduce from their buildings to help us with the overall cost reductions. The overall cost reductions that we need for 25-26 school year is approximately 5 million. However, with the recent administration's freeze on ESSER funding, I will get to that in my superintendent's report, as you know, as noted on the agenda items.
President Robinson.
Trustee Gavin?
Okay. Couple things are coming up for me. One is when Dr. Butts, when you indicate that this is what the principals want, I'm wondering what the premise was that was given to the principals. Was it, we have to make cuts? You know, these are, you know, what are the cuts that you want? Or what are the cuts that you would make if you had to? I'm wondering if they are given the truth about the $30 million that we have. And if they're given an opportunity to look for other creative ways, so that they don't have to cut their staff. And then also we're given this presentation with no details as to what schools you're looking to close, what staff you're looking to remove, why those particular schools, why that particular staff, what is the overall cost analysis in terms of losing staff versus keeping them, and then what other ideas you have for retaining and recruiting students as it is in your contract to increase enrollment. And also, yeah, we just don't have the details here. And also, when are you looking to do this? When are you looking to do this?
So for the first part, as far as the meticulous part, I'll defer to Director Brock Carter as she went to each building. What we presented to the principals was the fact that we had to cut at least 5 million out of the budget. There were no premises given to how they should do it, or there was no directive of how they should do it. We sat down with them to see what their needs were per building, and came up with the cost reductions based on what they perceived as their needs. As far as the part of my contract where it was for student growth initiative, that was presented in several board meetings before. I actually gave a binder with the proposals that I had come up with and timelines on that you should have had previously in one of your binders. I can reproduce that for you if you like. It won't be at tonight's meeting. I can have it ready for you by the work session, but that was already presented and approved by the board. As far as what was presented to
Clarity, what was approved by the board?
my student proposal for enrollment, I had presented that to the board. So as far as what was actually presented, Ms. Brock Carter actually spoke with the principals, and I'll let her speak to that part.
Thank you, Dr. Butts. Yes, I visited each building. And I'm not going to share the details, more details. And the numbers that I presented at a broad perspective do have details behind it. Until things are finalized, I don't want to cause a stir and present things that may change. So until everything is finalized, that's why I didn't include those details in this slideshow. And this is the changes are set for the 25-26 school year. So the changes that we are proposing are for next school year, not this one. So, the changes will take effect July 1st going forward. And when I met with the principals, my specific question was, what do you need in your building? What we went over was each position, the cost of each position with salaries and benefits. And that was all that I with. We went through the whole building and they indicated what were the needs for their building and their students for academic success. So that's how we came to the final numbers that are there.
Vice President Bowens?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. I guess my question is, and I'm so glad that our financial director or chief went to the schools and discussed this with the principals. I want to know, did the whole cabinet, did we get this from a curriculum? What would be effective? What would not be effective? Did we discuss this with HR? Did we, because the HR committee, I mean, we had a presentation, me, Mr. Triplett, and Trustee Doyle, but that was it. We have not seen anything submitted to the HR committee. Nor have we heard from, you know, if we need to have a meeting with the curriculum committee also to make sure that we are doing what's best. We're making sure we're not hindering our students and cutting positions that we need. I just know I'm kind of lost with this. I mean, I've seen it once. We got this with the PowerPoint presentation about the total savings. When we do get that email, I agree. I hope we have more detail on the positions and everything of that nature. And even if we can have the why, you know, why did the principal see this as this going on? So thank you.
So thank you, Vice President Bowens. That's why we pre-messaged this tonight, so that when we start having our small meetings again, the details will be discussed.
Thank you.
Y'all got me sitting in my chair in the gangster lane. Let me together. Secretary Triplett.
Good work. You know, when I look at this, when you just see staff reduction, it rings out trauma, alarm, you know, you get rumors, innuendo, things that are said that weren't said, things that were said that people took back, retracted, all of these different things. I think for me, when I look at this, and I've been saying this for sometimes I've been on this board, in order for you to be able to make informed decisions, when we're talking about these reductions, do we look at general fund? What comes out of Title I? What comes out of Title IX? What comes out of 31A? If these monies are available, we're not looking at people. We're looking at what we might have to cut. And so it to me, this, just to see this with no context is very difficult. You know, so if we look at in many of our schools, when you talk about cutting staff, well, we have vacancies in many of our schools. And so nobody has to be cut. So how do we break those things down and basically right size the district the way in which it's supposed to be right size? And so for me, it just seemed kind of generic, if you will. So this is something saying we're going to cut 5 million, we're going to cut 4 million. You know, you don't have to cut a teacher that you don't have. So we don't have to lose an individual. Okay, so based on what they have up here, they should have a whole bunch of money. So when you're talking about cutting staff, you're talking about cutting edge of staff. The money we're paying edge of staff and making the necessary adjustments so that our staff will remain in place. That had to be somebody else's time. Because I know. Yeah, so y'all tighten that up. And cause I'm not gonna play with y'all tonight. This is serious business. You know, it always, the only time it changes is when I'm talking. Well, so unchime it. And we're gonna finish this right here, cause this is a very serious matter. You know, yeah, you know, so when you, I mean, seriously, when we're talking about, but that's why it is important. It is really, really seriously important, Director Carter. That's very important because we can't just put these things out in our community and we have not done our due diligence. You know, when you guys send us a report and say, this many people are vacant, there's this many vacancies in these buildings without certified teachers in them, then how are we saving? What are we doing? How do we make the necessary adjustments? I'm looking forward, if you will, for me to even be able to embrace any of this, because right now, this is just a sheet that Discovery and Richmond gonna cut $1.4 million with nothing on it.
And you'll get those, yes, you'll get those details when we meet again in our small groups. And when I met with the principals, we also looked at how each position is funded. If it's funded from a grant, if it's funded from general fund, and all of those details. So again, we meet again in our small groups, you'll have all of those details.
Because we really don't know how, if Title I is going to be cut. We really don't know if 31A funds are going to be affected. And so I think it's just premature, to be honest with you, for us to present this to our community in that manner. And at one point, people were a little nervous. They're getting ready to cut teachers. They're gonna cut administrators. They're gonna cut this. They're gonna cut that. They're gonna cut. You know, I think it needs to be a serious conversation, even from the top, because the top is strong. The top is about the top. What we pay in salaries at the top covers more than we pay for teachers in some areas. And so in some particular buildings or specifically. And so when we're talking about cutting, we really got to, it may be inclusive. Or it might, you know, we might have to look at that in a different way of how we're doing it, because we can't have 25 chiefs and only 10 people working up under them. So thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Trustee Rockhead Martin.
Yes, I'd like to commend you, Mrs. Carter, for just including the principals. Coming from a principal standpoint, we were never really given that kind of opportunity to look inside of our buildings and make those kinds of decisions. And so I applaud you that you did use the principals to take a look at their buildings, and they know their needs. Trust me, they know. And since they know, you know, I trust their judgment. I trust their judgment. So, like you said, I await also the details of your findings and how we're going to do this, because not all the time the staff have to be cut. It could be shared. I mean, there are ways to save money and also save personnel. So I look forward to hearing from you guys in those meetings.
Thank you.
All right, so we are, if the board has no objections, can we take a quick break?
Yes.
A quick recess? Is our trainer present already, Miss Singer? Is she in the room? Okay, can you, God bless you. I'm not sure. What time did you get here today? Before 6 o'clock? Okay, I tried to catch them to let you know that you didn't have to, okay. Thank you. And I think it's important that you were here to hear that part of the conversation as well. Because our training is right on time for that. So we're gonna take a brief recess. It's 7:56 now. We'll come back at about 8:05 if there's no objections to that. Prior to recess, and just reminder to the board, we still have human resources superintendent updates. We still have a CBA training as well as a closed session. So we do need to try to move expeditiously through the remainder of this agenda. Thank you all. So we'll recess and we'll be back at 8:05. All right, so we'll call the meeting back to order at 11 p.m., 8:11 p.m. I'll ask if the members of the public could be seated and bring their conversations to a minimum. We are at our human resources section, separation of staff report H1. Director McDermott.
President Robinson. Staff report H1, reason for board consideration. A list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis. It is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140/4140, resignation of professional and support staff. Strategic plan goal reference, personnel leadership. Personnel/leadership. Benton Harbor Area Schools will recruit, hire, develop, and retain the best staff to improve student outcomes. Separation of employment by ways of resignation. We have Laura Brammer from the position of graduation advisor, effective 3/28 at Benton Harbor High School. The recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H1?
I make a motion to approve staff report H1.
Is there a second or support?
I support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Secretary Triplett. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I have a question.
Trustee Gavin.
Is there, who is doing this, duty currently while the advisors, since this advisor has resigned?
Sure. I know we still have another graduation advisor here at the high school. In regards to specifically that person's duties, I would have to defer to our high school administrative team to see what decisions they've made internally. However, for the record, we still have another graduation advisor here at the high school.
We have one servicing the high school and Kate,
Don't believe she's servicing Kate.
so there
I
is
think
no
one
graduation.
of our guidance counselors support Kate, not the graduation
So there
advisor.
is no graduation advisor for Kate.
Designated to Kate? No.
And they have seniors.
To my knowledge, they do.
Director Kupch, is there any additional clarification? You were nodding your head, so it's the graduation, the guidance counselor services, Kate? Okay, do they do graduation advisory type of duties with Kate? Can you say yes in the mic, because the recording can't see?
Yes, ma'am. One of our guidance counselors has been working with CAPE. They have done the credit audits. They had meetings with Director Roseberg, students and parents for seniors preparing for graduation. And then they started with juniors after that. I'm not positive if they've gotten into the sophomores that are at CAPE yet, but they have been meeting together, students, parents, the guidance counselor and Director Roseberg.
Secretary Triplett?
Now, this, are you saying this? I thought Dr. Buck shaking his head in your head when with his head. This is what's happening, right? I thought Dr. Buck was like this and you just went really like this too. So what's up? That's the real deal? What you just said to us?
Yes, we could bring Director Roseberg to consult on that. but yes.
No, I just saw Dr. Buck shaking his head and you would say, get ready to say something, then your head started moving. I ain't know. Well, with what? You do know that. What you just said to us, you know that, right? For yourself.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Any other questions pertaining to staff report H1? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
She stepped out momentarily, but she'll be returning prior to training.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have superintendent, items. The first one is the ESSER funding and district project impact update.
Yes, ma'am. So the question came up last time in reference to when the MDE put out a statement that the current administration had frozen, not frozen, but given a deadline for the ESSER funds to file it before we knew that they were being rescinded. Adjustments are being made to ensure that our projects that we have ongoing now are covered. So the boilers, if you see in your packet, the boilers, the remaining amount for the boilers, without the change order, it's $2,429,725, which will come out of the sinking fund. The roof repairs that we had in the ESSER funds that are in limbo, if you would, was 500,000. That will be coming from the sinking fund. Driver's ed program, we will reallocate funds from the general fund, 40,000 from the general fund to cover the driver's ed program. With that, the allowable amounts from the sinking funds are for boiler repair, roof repairs, or capital project repairs to the buildings. So we have with the 9 million that we have in the sinking funds, we have enough to cover those funds. Now with the funds being held by the Department of Education, I do know that MDE will be going into litigation for those funds because those funds were allocated and given to the states. So the question is now, can the federal government withhold money that has already been allocated to the states? And we got to wait for litigation to that. So what we have to account for is the 24-25 school year, which is this school year, that we will take those monies from the sinking fund and general fund. However, if those funds are released after litigation, we can go back and put those funds back into those respective accounts.
Trustee Gavin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bus, for checking into that. This is good to hear. And so just to be clear, these projects can move forward without being interrupted, and it does not require a new board vote.
That's correct. So what we did, as I indicated to you on the email, we were just gonna we reallocated the funds from different accounts. So as you'll see, again, we went into the sinking fund and then to the general fund. That's why I have a star by the general fund, because it has a possible reimbursement. So what as far as the driver's ed go, as far as the general fund, I will be asking the Benton Harbor Education Foundation to reimburse for those. So it's in order to, again, try to salvage and save our fund balance. And so I'll be asking for a reimbursement for that. So I have a star by because I haven't gotten approval yet, but I will be asking for a reimbursement for the driver's ed. So in short, nothing will stop. Everything will keep moving as we originally promised. So we will continue business as usual. All of the reallocations are done behind the scene. But I wanted to let the public know tonight that nothing will be stopped. Driver's ed will continue pending instructors. But driver's ed will continue. The boiler project and the roof repairs will continue as previously planned.
Great news.
Secretary Triplett. Trustee Gavin.
So the 40,000, I know originally it was 80. Is that, can you clarify that?
So I originally reported it was 88,000. When I look back at the allocated amount was 65. So we put 40 here to make sure that we can cover all of the other expenses that are associated with it. So either way, we do have the monies allocated for that program not to be disrupted.
Okay, so just for clarity, it was 80, and then when you look back, it was 65, but now 40.
And the other 25 is put to the side for material and other needs if necessary.
Okay, so there will be the same amount allocated.
Same amount allocated. The other side, the other part is put aside. It's so much like a contingency fund, almost like the boilers. We want to make sure we have a contingency fund in case we go over. And we won't have to come back to the board.
And then I think the Benton Harbor Education Foundation, they denied us the first time, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so even if they deny this again, we can still move forward. Okay, thank you so much.
Secretary Triplett.
Whenever, this is one thing that I've kind of like struggled with for some time serving on the Board of Education is that the monies that we get, it just never seems to get down to our kids. I mean, just like directly to our kids. And so, you know, for the things that they need. And millions of dollars are given to our school district because of quote unquote the antonyms that they use to describe our children as being underprivileged, and all of those different things. That's what they describe them as, and or low income and all these different things. So we get millions of dollars, and a lot of times, a lot of that money goes to staffing and everything, but it just never gets down to our children. And so the driver education piece is a great piece, and there should be some funds. And I just feel honored that we're not, the president and myself, we were talking, you know, when she came on this board, we were like, it was an $18 million deficit for like about 10 years. That's what they said. It was $18 million for 10 years. So when she came on this board, there was really hardly anything. And so it feels good. It feels good to have a Board of Education that is forward thinking. It's good to say, okay, these things are happening, but because we have been fiscally responsible, that we can do some things and it still won't throw us completely off and really mess us up. And that we remain in this vein, because the number one priority is our children. Our children. And anything that we can do for our children in this community and in this district, we must do. That has to become the number one priority. So thank you, Dr. Buck, for being able to present that, and to our Director of Finance as well, because she's very tight. And I'm so glad that at least she said yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, and Dr. Bush, just a quick clarification, because I did, you know, I'm very overprotective of our board, and I did have some conversations with individuals. I also saw Trustee Gavin on a particular media site, kind of sword fighting with words with a few members of the public regarding the funding and why we should have spent it and things of that nature. And so can you provide some clarifications regarding the extension that was provided to the district for the use of the funding and the reasons why we have not spent the funding prior as it relates to certain projects, delays with projects, things of that nature, just super briefly?
Yes, ma'am. So we were given an extension to March of 2026. The way those funds work is we pay the money out and then we reimburse it. So we have to have a receipt to get the reimbursement. The boiler project is not complete. The roofing repairs are not complete. So we have to pay for those first, and then we request the reimbursements with the receipts. So that's why those funds had not been drawn down, because again, we had some transition with our previous finance department. As the public know, I worked for a year. We had two other people there in that position. So it was not as if we were derelict in our duties. There was some transition which caused some delays. We were very fortunate when we got on track to draw everything down, with the exception of 2.9, approximately 3 million. So very fortunate with that, and very fortunate that we were sitting with our funds and built up our fund balance and on all of our balances so that we can cover these without any disruption to the district.
Thank you. One thing that I would like to note is that there were 27 school districts that were impacted, a total of 40 million. And so there was a particular press article that came out, and the title was kind of misleading in that it almost sounded as if it was 40 million that Benton Harbor area schools hadn't spent, but the additional details were provided within the article. Another thing to note is that Benton Harbor area schools is the only district within Berrien County that was one of the 27 districts that were impacted. And so we know that we're a big media sensation here, and so we tend to be targeted by biased opinions, I would say, members of surrounding communities and how we operate. And so there was a lot of negative things that were said on different media channels that I could see in relation to the fact that we had 2.9 million plus that was withdrawn. I think it's important for the public to know what you just clarified, as well as the fact that that notice was provided to the district on, it was a March 31st, 2025 notice that was provided for funds that were put on hold or frozen or however as of March 28th, 2025.
Correct.
So they gave us a 3-day delay in even informing us of the change. So there was no way that we could even go back and try to say, okay, well, let us pay in advance or let us figure some things out. We had no opportunity to do that. So I just want to make sure that that's also clarified for the public. I know that you gave your PC statement. I think the way that the federal government determined to move in this manner is egregious and unethical. The district was given an extension by the Department of Education, the Michigan Department of Education, and I just want to thank the state superintendent and especially the president as well for the fight that they are taking, as well as our attorney generals that are working in litigation to resolve this issue, not only for Benton Harbor area schools, but the other impacted districts. One question that I did have, and I haven't had an opportunity to request yet, is how many of those districts that have funds on hold are partnership districts?
I do know, I call
You can
this name.
clarify.
Okay, so I do know Flint was one of the school districts that had $15 million that weren't drawn down. And if I'm not mistaken, they are under the partnership as well. So there are some partnership districts with a significant amount more money not drawn than ours. We've been very strategic in what we were doing, and we did not want to prepay for services and then not receive those services. I know from my board president to make sure that change orders and money was spent very carefully. And I follow those orders.
So thank you. And I appreciate the politically correct response that you gave in your interviews when we're requested to give statements. If I don't have anything positive to say, I hold my tongue and let you respond. So I thank you for your leadership in helping us through this transition, because I probably would have had some things in the paper that they didn't want me to say. Are there any other comments?
For our state superintendent and our state president of our State Board of Education, Dr. Pugh, like you said, I just thank them and our Attorney General, as you said, who's fighting for us. So I think we should give them a round of applause as well.
All righty, so we can, if there's no other comments from the board, we can move forward with the quick strategic plan update.
That strategic plan update is in your packet. It provides you with the different KPIs that are being used as I give those updates. So I'll give you a chance to digest those, and if we need any adjustments to those could be made. A lot of those have been, we've gone through them and have completed those. But I just wanted to make sure that you know what the question has been brought up, what measurements are we using? So those are the different KPIs that are being used as far as our strategic plan to see if we're meeting our benchmarks and our goals.
All right, next up, we have the master's facility plan timeline update. I know that I have kind of put the pressure to the metal on us getting an updated facilities plan, because we are slightly delayed from what we originally approved. For last year, we should have been done, I believe, December of 2024 was the original timeline provided, but there have been some delays in that. So I wanted to ensure that we actually had a visible facilities master plan timeline that was adjusted. So I thank Dr. Butts and our chair of the committee, Treasurer Bradley, for ensuring that we did get this adjusted. If you want to give a brief overview of this?
Yes, ma'am. It has been adjusted, and also in your package, you should have the unused facilities survey. I did take the liberty to print that off. That survey is ready. The link is ready to be sent out. I just wanted you all to view it before it was sent out. As far as its master facilities plan timeline, it has been pushed to June of 26. That will be the end of next school year. That timeline was pushed out in order to see if we get the responses, and the ultimate goal would be a bond issuance. So what we've got to do now in order to stay on track is get this survey out, get those back, discuss the surveys and steps moving forward. Possibly, we could move this back a little bit by a month or so. Just depends on it depends, this moving forward is going to depend on how the board would like to move forward. I know in the last survey, we only got 176 participants. Depending on the number of participants we get from the survey, if the board would feel like it's enough or it's not enough, then it will be to the board's pleasure how we move forward.
Okay, Dr. Bus, can you provide a quick clarification? I know that you clarified for me in email that the September board presentation date was very important. Is that an approval of the plan or is a finalized plan in June?
That's the board presentation would be an approval of the plan.
Okay, and so when you are pushing, because I think it may have been Secretary Triplett, the way that you phrased it kind of gives the impression that the actual plan would not be finalized until June of 26. But you're indicating that's a target for everything being finalized to be able to appropriately apply for a bond if the district decided that it wanted to go that direction. But you would anticipate that the plan would be finalized by September of this year for a board approval?
Yes, ma'am, and I'm sorry if I made that unclear.
Any questions from the board at this time? We can dig into this further in our work session later this month, but any questions from the board at this time regarding the adjusted timeline? Trustee Gavin?
President Robinson, first of all, Dr. Buss, thank you for giving us the opportunity to put the plan back out so that more respondents can participate in the plan. I believe you said that the plan will go to the students during Tiger Time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm assuming that the staff will also have an opportunity to complete it during Tiger Time as well?
Yes, ma'am, or they're planning.
Okay, perfect. I guess my question, and if you're not able to answer right now, you're able to answer later, that's fine. What was coming up for me this week is we have these names of the buildings and we're asking people, what do you want to do with them, right? I'm wondering if the company that we've hired have the capabilities to offer any type of renderings of possibilities, right? If we're looking to condense to a certain number of buildings, are they able to provide any type of computer renderings of this is what this could look like if we had 3 buildings, or this is what this would look like if we turn this into a tech center, or, are they able to, after they get this information, are they able to provide any type of renderings that will visually show folks what the options are?
So actually they could. So that's up to the pleasure of the board. Once we get the responses back, depending on how you would like to move forward, that it sounds like you're asking for one additional survey with those renderings. Because if they do that, then we're gonna have to send it back out to the community for more input. So are you asking for this to be done and then a rendering and then another survey?
I know that it's up to the board, but I know that our folks are visual. I can't speak for everybody. I'm a visual person. And if I can see what those different options look like, it's a lot easier for me to agree to an idea than just seeing our old buildings and asking like, what do you want to do with that? I would love to see what's possible with the.
So it sounds like you're speaking more to like the scope of work, or let's say, for example, if we decide that we decide on the master facilities plan, and then we decide we want to potentially go out for a bond. We would develop a scope of work to say, okay, if we're going to go out for a bond, what particularly are we trying to do within that bond? There is a period where the community will have an opportunity to give us feedback on a potential scope of work as to what a bond would be used for. Are you speaking more so relating to the bond scope of work, or are you saying prior to that, before the master's facilities plan is actually voted on in September, are you wanting them to have more of a visual prior to that?
If it's feasible, I think that, like, say if there were, from this surveys, there were some top options, right? And from those top options, the community could see if you all wanted to keep the buildings, this is what this could look like, right? If you wanted to close buildings and condense buildings into this is what that would look like. I think that if the community can see, you know, what are the options, what could that visually look like in our community? I think they will be able to make a more informed decision, whether it's about a bond or whatever. I just feel like that's a step that would help us be clear as to what we would want to do moving forward.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So I do see that there is right under board update, there's is that charrette options, option development review option?
Right.
Is that more so speaking to what trustee Gavin is talking about, the options for the master's plan?
That will be, and it will also include some cost analysis.
And so would we be able to wedge a survey in at that particular time?
We could at any
Right,
time.
because there is a period after the board update where we finalize preferred option phasing. And we could maybe try to wedge a survey in that period so we can get the feedback from the community on what it is that we're thinking about as it relates to option.
And we could. I just want to preface that with the survey, it's going to add an additional month. Because it takes approximately a month to get it out, make sure that everyone gets a chance to respond. And again, if we don't get the number of responses, just like with this one, we're putting it back out again. So there's a potential of an additional month being added every time we put a survey in.
So could we merge that within the finalized preferred option phasing, or because there's like some stuff that's going on in the month of July? Could we use the month of July when we? Okay, let's maybe that's more of a personal question for the we'll do that at the work session.
Yeah.
But thank you for that feedback, trustee Gavin. Secretary Triplett.
Thank you.
Yes, we do we still have spring conferences coming up? And so I think that would be a great time. I think we need to come up with some creative ways to get our parents engaged. Competitions, you know, as far as the surveys and what have you are concerned.
Oh.
They already have spring
They had
conferences.
them in March.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, well, that won't work. Thank you. Early.
All right, Vice President, Treasurer Bradley.
I'm happy that we're getting this, you know, on the road and everything. My main concern is if we're gonna be trying to pursue a bond and go out to the community after this is all said and done, we're as a board, we'll have to think about how will we have stable leadership in this district, because if the voters can't trust us to keep stable leadership and we ask for a bond to put in new buildings. So I want you all to keep that in the top of the mind. And then the other thing with the survey is that we can probably pass this on to our local pastors and our churches as well, so that their membership can chime in.
Vice President Bowens.
You know, I am so excited to hear this. About this agreement. I toured the schools and everything. And when my mom first came here, I asked her, when they first came from New Orleans, what school did she go to? And she said Hall. Well, what middle school did you go to? Hall. Well, then I asked her when she got to high school, it was, you know, the high school. So to see some of these buildings are still up speaks to the testament, but we also have to have an honest conversation. We can look at stable leadership. And St. Joe had 3 superintendents and they did not pass the bond and they had stable leadership. But we also got to look at the message we're sending when we expect people to vote for this and we're laying them off or we're getting rid of them. How are we telling the community that I love you and we cherish the kids and they can't afford to pay the millage or the bond that we're imposed? I've been a big bond person. I'd say tear them down and let's build our 3 schools. But I also talk to some of the taxpayers and I listen to them. So I hope we go on a listening tour and see what they're stating, listen to what the people are saying. about the heartbreak, and we do have to admit some of the stuff. I went to a school and I went to a locker and I seen something that said 2004. And it was like, wow, I was a freshman in there. And I seen the names and it still rung true. If we think this is acceptable for our children, then we have to have that honest conversation. When we have these honest conversations, some of them are not going to, we're not going to like what they're saying, but it's also truth. Sometimes the truth hurts. When we're telling our staff and them to go into closed buildings for 10 years to get curriculum, that stuff hurts. It's filled with mold and everything. And then we're turning around asking them to vote for a bond. That's redundant. So I hope we're having honest conversations. Thank you.
Teachers working 2 or 3.
Thank you, Vice President Bowens. I would just like to add what Secretary Triplett referenced when we came back from recesses, that I was sharing with him that when I came to the board in 2020, I was on fire about the status of the facilities. And former President Taylor had to get me together and throw me on the facilities committee. I think I was on there with Treasurer Bradley, so that I could have a full understanding of what the actual status of our buildings was comparatively to the funding. And I soon understood that we lacked the funding to make the types of upgrades that I thought I was coming in to make us make. And so I have been kind of diligently pushing for us to get this plan done, so that regardless of what the leadership looks like in the district as it relates to the superintendent or the Board of Education, there's a roadmap that's been developed. And I think that's important for us with the community to work towards maintaining that trust that Vice President Bowens mentioned, because we'll actually have a plan to tell them this is what we want Benton Harbor area schools to look like, and this is the time frame that we anticipate is going to take us to do that. And so when people have a visual, when you have a plan, when you're able to discuss it and they see the work, they're willing to get behind the district. They may feel more comfortable in bringing their students back because they see a plan has been mapped out and may come into fruition. So I would definitely urge the Finance and Facilities Committee to stay on top of this to ensure that we don't fall behind anymore. And then I'm excited about doing the tours and things of that nature. I'm always willing to go to the municipalities and make a presentation and ask them to support us with the surveys. The last time I did it, I ended up on the news, and I hate press interviews, but I'm always willing to do that in order to make sure the messaging is out there. So as we get further in this process, I just ask that you guys maintain excitement, but also hold us, each of us, accountable for making sure that we don't get off track with this schedule as it stands. So if there's no other comments, we'll proceed with the Holbrook Fund update. This was a potential request. This was a request from Vice President Bowens.
Yes, ma'am. So with the Hope Fund update, we've not been able to find any funding source or any history of it. I'm going to also defer to Ms. Bach Carter. I know she went through some files from previous finance directors or chiefs, and Director Bach Carter.
Thank you, Dr. Butts. Just so we know, we don't believe these funds are missing. We just think the name may be misconstrued. So I wanted to go over the name of the scholarship funds that we have, and maybe we can match the name of this Hobart. I couldn't find anything that specifically said Hobart, but we have several scholarship funds with balances.
Vice President Bowens, can you clarify again for me? I know you've been asking for it for a while, but where did you get this?
It's been here for years. It's not a scholarship fund. It's a CD, if I'm correct.
Yes.
It's a CD.
Okay, we have several CDs. And I don't want to go into details but we have several different banks. So if you would allow me an opportunity to reach out and see if Hobart that name is attached to one of our CDs, then we can find out exactly which one belongs to the Hobart Fund.
I think the last expense for my research was around 2020.
16,
Okay, was it 2015?
16,
It was 2016 and
with the
20.
calendars.
Yeah, and they did it twice. It was before COVID and then they had to stop.
It was, like I said, it's not a scholarship. This money has been sitting there. And the last group of people that used it was, and I think it had something to do with history.
Mhm.
Okay, it has a history around it. Princella Tobias and our student did a beautiful historical calendar. And our kids were also, it's like journalism, history, were in partnership with her. And we had students down at that newspaper. And that money, I don't know but that money was continual. It wasn't like it was all used. It should not be gone. And
I don't think it's gone. I just want to make that clear.
right.
I don't think it's gone. I just think the name of the CD on the bank statement may be different from the name that Trustee Bowens is sharing.
We'll get it.
So that's why I want to check with the bank and make sure and get the name behind the statement name and see if it is directly related to Hobart.
Okay, thank you.
Because we have several that haven't been touched in a long time.
All right, so if there's no other questions, so we had, Trustee Gavin.
I'm familiar with the Hobart funds as well. Alice Hobart bequeathed $6,000 for specific purposes as outlined below, and Dr. Hobart bequest had a distribution of $76,453. It's something about specific purposes of remembering the history of Benton Harbor. And I received something a long time ago. I remember that name because it said like certificate of deposit, 2010, $190,000 and $190,402.64. 2011, $196,747.11. It looks like something that grows, and I'm just trying to understand, how is it that we have this amount of substantial funds for a specific reason for us to remember our history? And there was a program in which our students were involved, and they were helping us do that. And then it's just, we not know what happened to it. How does that happen?
I can tell you with the transition, and so that was 9 to 10 years ago. So I can tell you with the transition when I came in, that CD was never mentioned. The year that I did CFO for the district, none of the banks reached out, because typically when a CD has a time span for 6 months, 1 year, 5 years. 5 years typically the max. And when they're up, the banks will contact the district and ask us if we want to renew it or we want to cash it out. So all the ones that, the year that I was CFO, that CD never came up. So we can, again, I'm going to defer back over to Ms. Brock Carter, but I can tell you during my year of CFO that no banks reached out to let us know that that particular fund was, or that particular CD was up for renewal.
We don't have record. No, thank you for responding. I guess I'm thinking about our record, and this is no assault on anybody, but I'm just thinking about our record keeping. And if we have any funds, I don't think it should be left up to a bank to tell us we have funds. We should be keeping track of our funds. And so.
I'm sorry, that's correct. But when we have a change in leadership and the records are not, we hired a company to come in to kind of get the records together because those records were out of order, so to speak. So we can research that. Typically, when we have a turnover in staff, sometimes, as Mr. Triplett has stated earlier in previous board meetings, that paperwork or records get lost in the shuffle, if you would.
I guess for me, I know that Vice President Bowens had been asking about the Hobart funds for quite a while now. And I know that Princella Tobias was working on this not too long ago. And so I wouldn't be surprised if she hadn't asked about it as well. And, you know, I'm glad that we pass audits and things of that nature, but I don't know, I guess I'm just curious as to how we don't know where our money is.
I think we were looking at it from a standpoint of, I thought it was a scholarship, so it was never explained that it wasn't a scholarship. So we were looking for scholarships.
If, I'm sorry, Madam President, when she just read the two things, that was almost $250,000. Again, I'm like Trustee Gavin. I wouldn't care if they transition 70 times. That right there is dangerous for us not to, it's very concerning for our administration not to even know, and our finance department not to even have a clue, and it was so huge. And again, that was specifically, when I say things that get down to our students that just never get there. That was specifically for our kids. It's supposed to be used for our children. And so that, people think that when you're just saying this and this, no, these are the things that we know from a historical perspective as well. And like she said, this has absolutely nothing to do with you because you can't do anything about something that you don't know. And with the transition in the finance department, with finance and what have you, transition and what have you. That's why we have to have systems when we ask, and we ask for who's the teacher. That stuff should already be in the system. It shouldn't be like we got to go back next week and we'll pull up who's working. That should be something you could push tonight and come forth. You know what I mean? So that's some good work, and hopefully we'll find out what's going on. We don't want to accuse anybody of anything.
Listen, Madam President.
One quick wrap up.
Thank you for for putting this on the agenda. I believe that money is probably over, like you guys said, $500,000, if not that. And her request was to make sure the history of Benton Harbor is taught to the kids and remains taught. She was a pioneer back in the day, died in 1971, buried at Morton Hill Cemetery. So I hope we can find some information, and as we're going through this, it would be interesting to see what else we find, what other CDs and stuff that we're setting on that we have not tapped into. So thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions pertaining to this topic.
Can I make one more comment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, President Robinson. As I stated before, all of our CDs, all of our bank accounts are accounted for. There has been no changes or nothing besides reconciling the wonderful interest every month that has happened with these accounts. And again, the name and the labeling of the account in our financial statements is apparently off somewhere. So we just need to make sure we put the right name on the right account, so we'll know which account is Hobart. We'll have the balance and we'll continue to move forward with those funds. Thank you.
All right, up next, we have the Michigan Rehabilitation Services update. Director Bernie, thank you so much for your patience this evening as we work to your section of the agenda.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, I think you should just hold it.
So currently we have 56 students that are eligible for MRS services at the high school. And 3 of which I know have open cases. There's another 2 that I think have an open case. So that's a total of 5 kids that could potentially be receiving driver's education training through MRS. But ultimately, the MRS counselor works with the student and the family to decide what is the best path. So driver's education may or may not be part of that equation. I've emailed our MRS person to try to get a little bit more information. So hopefully that answers what I can now, or satisfactory now.
Oh, sorry, Madam President.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So that's 56 students. How many students do we have in the senior class? Or is it the senior and junior class
Or
that would
16.
qualify for driver's ed?
In the senior. Ms. Cups had that up information
looks
for,
like 16 and up is their age.
Or 16 and up, sorry.
sorry, Ms. Cups put you on the spotlight there.
How many students that would you, I can't remember my question. Sorry.
16 and up that were eligible.
16 and up that are eligible when we start driver's ed right now.
We have 86 students, 9 through 12, including Cape, high school and Cape. We have 86 students that are over 18. We have 362 students that are aged 15 to just below 18. And we have 58 students that are under 15.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board for Director Burnett? Trustee Gavin?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Um, thank you, Dr. Burnett. So you said that there are 56 students in your program
There
that
are,
are eligible for the Michigan Rehabilitation Services?
yes, there's approximately 56 students that would be eligible for MRS services that could potentially include driver's education.
Okay. And you said that those services could cover the cost of driver's education for them?
Potentially, yes.
Is there a transfer of? So how could that benefit us financially? Is there a way that those funds can offset our driver's education fees from our general fund, or how would that work?
I would have to work with Ms. Kopsch to look at the list, but I imagine that if they had signed up for driver's education with us and with MRS, we could, yeah, we could talk to them and figure it out.
So if we calculated how much it would cost per student to offer that service to them, there is a possibility that those 56 students along the way, those dollars can be put back into the fund.
If it's part of their, potentially, yeah.
Okay, and so in regards to next steps, what is it that we need to do to make sure that we're qualifying for those dollars to offset the costs?
Well, I've emailed the MRS representative to hopefully get some more information and some more specifics regarding this, and then I can work with Director Kopsch regarding who's on the, I haven't seen the list of, who's interested or the interest survey that went out, so we can start seeing who's interested and who potentially could receive MRS services and meet with them and the parent and the MRS representative and have a discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. So I guess I think it's important for the curriculum committee then to make sure that we have a process. And and that we don't let we don't let this die, that we actually allow for these dollars to be used. So thank you, Dr. Burnett. Thank you, Vice President Bowens, for bringing this to our attention as well.
Go ahead. Sorry, you looking at me.
You had another question?
I was just gonna say,
Oh, okay, go
so
ahead.
how it worked in the day, I felt awkward saying that. Back then, they would come up to the high school, do a presentation, they would have us all in the class. You had to do the driver's ed book. Then they would pay a third party, Mr. Bean, and he would take you out on the road and then you would do your road test. So it's a win-win, and I'm glad that we know something, and I'm glad that you made that connection, because this could be a cost savings, but also provide other additional resources for our students. And it looks like we have 56 students, so that's a great thing. So thank you.
Madam President.
Have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Burnick. Madam President, I know you said you needed some good energy in the room tonight. I do want to announce, because I don't want anyone to leave before I'm making a quick announcement before my announcements, but I would like to recognize Ms. Terrell. She won our student reader program from WSB TV. Her classroom, her students had more reading hours than any other class in the county, in Berrien County.
All right, congratulations, Ms. Terrell. Did you want to say anything? She said, no, thank you.
Oh, the Uniserve. He took Lou play? Yep. Okay, Lou Ventnor. Oh, Lord.
All right, so if there's no other questions, we'll get on with our agenda. We have old business. I don't have anything listed. I would just like to. I would like for the board to just take into consideration, and we don't have to have this conversation now, but I want us to really look at whether we are using our time wisely as it relates to the way our meetings are set up. Our work session that we had, which is our individual committee meetings where we dig and do this work, ask our questions, it went for a total of 4 hours and 9 minutes. And we are here now approaching just about 3 hours in a meeting that should have only been votes. And so I just want us to kind of self-assess. I know sometimes the discussions are needed, but our work session is when we're supposed to have done our homework, get those questions asked at the table, have those conversations. And then we have from the work session, which was the 25th of the month through the 4th, to see if there's any additional questions that we have that could be pre-sent to the superintendent, so we can have those questions and clarifications provided, so that when we come to the table for this meeting should really just be doing our staff reports and voting. And so what I see us doing is we are duplicating the work sessions, and we are having conversations that have already been had, asking questions that may have already been answered, or of course, I understand there's always additional questions that may come to the table. So I'm in no way trying to discount anyone's ability to have discussion at the table. But I just want us to kind of recenter on that and realize that the way that we went to the framework that we went to was so that we wouldn't have people at the table saying they needed more information, they were missing things. And so we should be no further than maybe 7:30 with getting to the end of this agenda, and we're at 9 o'clock, and we still have a training that might be 2+ hours and a closed session. And so I've been kind of saying this at different points in the agenda to remind everyone of where we are and what we're doing. And I think sometimes when I do that, it falls on deaf ears. So I'm asking that we do the work in the work session, use the window of time between the work session and the regular board meeting to send any additional clarifications that we need to administration, so that when we come to the table, we can be prepared to vote and not have these additional conversations. So I have to say that because we're often fried by the time we leave here, but it's because we're duplicating the work session and doing it both times. So I just wanted to throw that under old business. I have nothing for no new business. I'll ask at this time, is there anyone here for open public comment? And that would be your opportunity to respond to anything that we've discussed in today's meeting. And I read our public comment statement earlier. Do you need me to read it for you, Ms. Terrell?
Sorry.
Do you need me to read you the public text? Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, so Brenda Terrell, Fair Plain East, and I would like to thank Dr. Bus for his hard work. We hope that that there will be a turnaround, that you won't leave us, because we are tired of the in and out. We're tired of people coming and leaving, and we got to get this work. We got to get this work stable, and it's not right now. We have to get it. We can't keep having it, people coming in and out. I do want to say one thing about our team, and we are serious about education. We are not happy about some things that's going on right now. Hopefully we can have this conversation with you all, because some things we don't need to put out, but we will if we have to. But we would like to have a conversation at some point with you all, because we do take our education of our kids serious. And some things that we're seeing that's happening, we're not happy with. So we would like to have that conversation. We would also like for the teachers to be more involved when we're making changes, when there are changes being made, because we are experts, whether people want to believe it or not. We are experts, and a lot of times we say things and we get some backlash from people. Not that we care, because we're going to say what we need to say, and that's it. But we are concerned about people calling curriculums when they're not curriculums. Okay, when we are ready to do the work. Now, we're not doing it for free, but we're because it's a lot of work. We're really ready to sit down and put this curriculum together like it needs to be. Now, if you guys trust us to do this, we can work with whoever, but people know us and they say, well, here comes FPE. They say that because they know we're not full of no stuff. We're going to tell you what we need to tell you. But we're not trying to start trouble. Well, it is good trouble. Good trouble. Because these are our kids. These are kids, and our kids are looking up to us. They're looking for us to do these things for them, because they want to go to college. They want to go to the service, and they want to go off and live a good life. And God is holding us accountable for making sure this happens to them. And I'm not going to be in trouble with God for not letting it happen. I want you all to know that. I want everybody in here to know that. Okay? So we have to get serious about the work of the kids. And we don't need to keep buying stuff. And like Brock Carter said, we don't have to spend all this money, because we got so much stuff that we can use. And you guys have to just sit down and have a conversation with us. We got a lot to tell you. Anybody else? Ms. Horn. Come on up.
She said they're standing in support with you, but if you have, okay. All right, anyone else present for open public comment?
Just want to address Mr. Triplett's repeat of that it's about the children, to get what we do to the children. And I would need feedback from you all on somehow why just around the corner the gallery is there. And we've worked hard for 7 years to sustain that place. The 2 monuments came out of that place. It belongs to the community, all of it. This is not about the Browns. It's about the children. It's about the community. And so if there's something that, again, that we can do or say. We've had charter schools come, Montessori comes, 3 years relationship with them, but not Benton Harbor area schools. 7 years in January, we've been over there at 725 Broadway. It took something, y'all. Y'all talking about planning and talking about making sure that the result is something positive. Our work shows. Our work shows. And we haven't asked for much. The biggest thing we've asked for is the response to be able to give the gifts that we've worked hard for, to give it to back to the people. And we need your help to do that, to bring the children to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for open public comment? You have the floor. Are you familiar with the public comment statement? Do you need me to read that?
Jaron McAfee, Fair Plain Middle School.
Okay, go ahead.
777. I'm just here. It's very disheartening to hear about Dr. Butt's sudden departure. Dr. Butts has done a wonderful job, and is coming from the staff at Fair Plain Middle School. I speak from all, we're going to miss you. And we speak, it's just like Ms. Terrell said, we hope that you can change your mind. We hoping that you guys up here can help him change his mind. Dr. Butts has been attacked viciously on Facebook. Our kids know about it, but yet nobody up here has done anything about it. This lady has done a lot. And I was very sad that nobody had his back and nobody would just stop that from happening, because he's trying to change. I am one of the last 2 years, my job has been up on the chopping block. So I'm speaking from experience. With my job being on the chopping block, I didn't take it personally. I didn't, because it's about the kids. It's not about me having a job. God will give me another one. Dr. Butts, Dr. Marvin, as I call him jokingly, when my job was terminated last year, they found me something in the school district at CIS. I took that job because it didn't matter whether I was a Benton Harbor area school employee. As long as I was in this district, making a difference, that's what was my goal. When they came back to me, said, well, your position is not over. You can come back. I came right back. No questions asked. This year, my job might be up. Thanks, Dr. Butts, Marvin, for coming to us early and telling us, hey, guys, this might happen again, but we're going to try our hardest to keep you around, whatever you can do, wherever we can fit you in. It doesn't matter. I'll go back to being a janitor like I was in 2015 so I can go help these kids. I don't have to stay in my position. That's where I think we getting caught up. A lot of my coworkers, fellow coworkers, it's not about the title. If it's really about the kids, you will be a janitor by wiping toilets, their spit-off desk, anything you got to do to help them, encourage them to succeed. I'm just hoping that we as a district can come together and stop running good folks up out of here. And stop allowing people from different areas that do not belong here, should not be standing up here, does not have a Benton Harbor address, from coming up here talking and disrupting our leaders, as Dr. Butts, and also our pastor, Pastor McAfee. For Pastor McAfee has done a lot for this district. He's fed some of us. He's did pageants. He's done pageants. Miss Benton Harbor, privately, he don't like me saying this, but that's what he's doing. He don't do just funerals. He makes sure that when he come up to school, that things are getting done, kids are being taken care of. He goes and buy coats when that's people jobs at the school already. We don't have coats. He goes gets the coats. No ask for no money. Don't go to the church. This is out of his own pocket. And we allow people to come in and attack our own leaders, and we have to stop that. We have to become one. It is about the kids, and I'll say this and I'm done. If I lose my job this year, that does not stop me from making a difference at these schools. I'm still going to go volunteer at Fairpoint Middle School because all the kids know me, whether I'm Mr. McAfee or Janitor McAfee. I am about the kids, and I believe that we have to get back to being about the kids, and it don't matter what you're making. If you're here for the kids, it shouldn't matter.
Thank you. Anyone else for open public comment? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed. Superintendent announcements and comments. And just for the public, we are doing the announcements and comments now because after them, we'll go into our training, which is going to be by MASB, and she's gonna talk to us about budgets. Of course, you all are welcome to stay. But in the event that you want to take your exit, we wanted to go ahead and put the announcements and comments prior to the actual training. Dr. Butts?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out for the support tonight. I really do thank you. We have found the Hobart funds. I just was notified. So we will give you an update on the work session. So no monies was lost and nothing nefarious. So again, thank you for allowing me to shepherd the district as we move forward. And I yield the floor, Madam President.
All right, Trustee Gavin? Board member announcements and comments. Trustee Gavin?
Thank you, President Robinson. I just want to speak to, there are a lot of people who, because of the way power works, they don't speak up, but they do talk to us. Their voices matter too. And the things that they have gone through matter too. And when we make, I'm not gonna speak for anybody else, I'm gonna speak for myself because I don't have a right to speak for anybody else. When I make the decisions that I make, when I say what I say, it is because I've listened to a lot of people who are afraid of retaliation, who are afraid of being bullied, who do care about their jobs and they do care about the kids, and they understand that their job is to care for our kids. And if their job is taken away, they can't be there for our kids. If the school is closed, they can't be there for our kids. And so I'm very clear on that. I'm very clear that there is a real entity that wanted Benton Harbor area schools to be no more. I have led town halls in which we have received letters that MLK was going to be closed, this school was going to be closed, that school was going to be closed. And so I understand the history there. And I understand that if you have the dollars to keep our people employed, and if you have the plan to make sure that those people are equipped to do their jobs and be there for our kids, not only can we provide a stellar education to our children, but we can also be one of the top employers in the county as well. And I think that it's important for us to look for creative ways to do both. And if I gotta be the bad guy because I'm fighting for jobs, I'm fighting for kids to have driver's education, I'm fighting for us to get debt forgiven, and I'm fighting to make sure that we keep our land, I'll be that bad guy. But I'm open to having a direct conversation with anybody who has a concern about the decisions I make, why I make them, and what my vision is as it relates to what I have been informed from the community that I love, listen to, and been here, born and raised, and have a right to speak to that and make decisions on that behalf. Thank you.
All right, Trustee Doyle.
No comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Doyle. Up next, we have Trustee Rocket Martin, and thank you to Trustee Gavin as well. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes, I'm hoping that Dr. Butts will rescind his resignation letter also. I see our district moving forward. I see the positivity in our district. I see the gains that we're making, and the disruption at this point in time would just be so crucial to put our district back. It'd take us backwards. I think we are in a good place. We're moving forward. We may not be leaping, but we're moving. We're not standing still. We're not going backwards. And so with that being said, I strongly hope that Dr. Butts will rescind his resignation letter and that the true voice of the community will be heard.
All right, thank you, trustee Rocket Martin. Up next, we have Treasurer Bradley.
Good evening, everybody. I'm gonna be very succinct. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. When we say we care for the children, then why do we make decisions as a board against our students? Don't say this is nothing personal, because at this point, that's what it is. We say that we love Benton Harbor area schools, then our actions need to line up with what we say. I heard it said earlier that we are a forward-thinking board. I beg to differ. If we keep on doing the same thing the way it's always been, then that's called insanity. You can't keep on doing the same thing over and over again. Some of us have ran up to the state to get things done for this district, and I have nothing against that. But we can't keep sitting at this table and making decisions that's going to put us right back at square one or push us back even further. We have to make wise decisions. So the question is, if we don't fight for ourselves and continue to tear down what folks have built up, then why should folks fight for us? Have a good evening.
Thank you. Up next, we have Secretary Triplett.
Again, Madam President, thank you. I know we got a very long night. I got a very early morning to get on the road. For me, what's understood don't ever have to be explained as far as I'm concerned. It's okay. It's okay not to agree. Okay, but you have to respect everybody. Because I don't always agree with everybody here. And so for me, I've lived long enough for it not to be personal for me. I've never wavered. It doesn't mean just because I feel the way I feel that I'm right. But I'm going to stand in my resolve. I'm going to stand on what I feel is best for our district. I'm going to stand on behalf of the people who voted for me to represent their voices, because this thing is very serious. There are still, don't ever think that they are gone, that they are not trying to destroy this district, that they are not trying to close this district. I'm not your buddy, and you're not mine. We don't even socialize like that with one another once we leave this table. So I have respect for everybody here. I heard a prominent minister say, a lot of times Ben Harbor gets emotional, and we'll be all right. Ben Harbor's good. Ben Harbor area school is going to be good. And again, I think that we have a great Board of Education here. I have enjoyed Dr. Butt. And I want to tell you, thank you, Dr. Butt, for what you've done for us. We appreciate you, my brother. And so it's not personal. Some people just it's not personal. Okay, I don't have any feelings one way or the other. I respect what people do. And we just have to respect our differences. So again, I'm excited about the direction that the district is moving and looking forward to us. Let's go Tigers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Secretary Triplett. Up next, Vice President Bowen.
Your count.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening. Thank you. I guess you have to stay persistent and asking the questions and keep on asking and sending the emails to get the answers, but stay persistent. I thank Dr. Butts for his service last week. I was called at my job by people. I was sent a DC text message by a board member. Basically, I was strong-armed. And in democracy, you don't have to agree with everybody, but you can respect it. You can respect what everyone says, what they bring to the table. And we also have to embrace change. You know, I didn't agree with America when they voted for Donald Trump, but he is our president and we have to suffer the consequences. I don't agree with some of the things that the board members say and what we do, but we have to respect what we bring to the table. When I made it my decision, I stand on my convictions. I stand on what the people, and when I talk to people, when the staff and the taxpayers come to me, or when I'm in the grocery store, I think about my nieces and nephews that have to struggle and deal with this. It's not personal, it's business. To be threatened by a fellow elected official that I will be recalled, and the pastors are organizing recalls. I say, deal me in. I like a good fight. I leave with this. Sojourner Truth says, I'm not afraid to stand alone, to speak my truth and to fight for what's right. Again, I'm not afraid to stand alone and stand by my convictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Bowens. I don't have a comment this evening, other than thanking the board for their time today and our staff for their hard work, including Dr. Butts, for the public that stayed with us. We appreciate you. I have no further comments at this time. So with the board member announcements and comments done, we actually can bid farewell to our directors. We will not have a need for you for the remainder of this evening.
Thank you, Angela, so much for that too.
So I hope you all have an amazing night. Miss Singer, I know you'd like to go. I see you sad, but we do need you for record keeping purposes. And then we have our MASB board training, CBA 310. I want to check in with the board. Do we need just a 5 minute?
Yeah.
Just a 5 minute break. I see people walking away. So we'll recess for 5 minutes, I promise. Julie, we're gonna come back in 5 minutes and we'll be ready for you. We do have you an overnight, right? Okay, so we're gonna just take a quick recess for 5 minutes. We should be back by 9:32. I would say no later than 9:35. Recess as of 9:28. All right, so we're returning from recess as of 9:43 p.m. I would like to notate that we do have a couple of our trustees that are still returning from recess, however, they are present. We do have a full board for the record. We have Miss Julie Pierce here from MASB, and she's going to be doing our training for us, CBA 310, concerning budget anatomy and shortfalls. As a reminder, we did do CBA 103 as a board, the virtual training. And so she's just going to do a super quick refresher of that, as suggested by Ms. Chapman, our MDE liaison for the partnership agreement. And then we'll go into CBA 310. So thank you so much again for your patience, for being willing to travel and do this training for us. I pass the floor over to you and we are in your hands.
President Robinson. I'll try to be good about standing in front of the microphone, but I have a tendency to wander. So just remind me where my spot's at.
You can pick that up. It'll come
As
out.
well, I would like to ask that the public give the board grace. We've been here for quite a bit of time, so we will be eating our dinner and lunch during our training. Please grant us grace.
Well, thank you. As President Robinson introduced me, I'm Julie Pearson from MASB. I have been with MASB since November of 2020. Prior to that, I was Chief Financial Officer for 25 years. So I spent a lot of time dealing with school finance, and COVID funds hit the districts, and I decided, you know what, I'm eligible to retire, so I'm gonna go. It was a wonderful time where I could make some impact on kids in an indirect way. And since I didn't have the gift to teach, that was how I could give out to the public school system. And I've enjoyed my time at MASB and being able to come out to boards like this. So, and also for the record, I am a board member for Gratiot Isabella RESD. So not only am I retired school business official, but I'm also a current board member. And really quick, my financial history with school districts. I spent about 15 years with Gratiot Isabella RESD, so I'm familiar with special ed funding. and funding that flows through ISDs. And then I was with 3 other local districts and I retired from both, when I retired, I was working for Both Creek Schools, district just inside Midland County. So just so you have an idea of what my background is as we go through these trainings. So I had touched base with President Robinson and asked what kind of focus that the board may want. And she did mention doing a quick review of CBA 103, which is your basic school finance. So I kind of hit what I thought was going to be the highlights. As I go through this entire presentation, not just the initial review, but as I go through the entire presentation, please raise your hand, answer questions when we're right there on the topic. I don't view those as an interruption at all. I would rather address your questions right there when we're in the middle of the topic, than to hold the questions until break and that sort of thing. And as far as the breaks, I'm going to roll right through those. We're going to do this as efficiently as possible. Okay. So here are the ground rules. That has been in your packet. I'm sure you have reviewed all of those. And ultimately, why are we here? The purpose of this is to explain the budgeting process, the developing of it, the monitoring of it. And to begin with, we're going to do just a little bit of that review of basic school finance from CBA 103. So we are going to review key elements of CBA 103 basic school finance. We're going to look at key variables of budgeting, and we're going to look at your responsibilities regarding the budgeting oversight. I thought one of the most important things out of CBA 103, the basic school financing, is looking at your 6 key funds. And everybody's really familiar with these because you are adopting budgets on the majority of these. But I just wanted to review the 6 key funds, those being your general fund, and that is your big fund. That is where all of the operations and expenses and revenues of the school districts, that's your main fund. That's where it all runs through. And it's required by law, and you have to have a budget for this particular fund. This is the only fund that is actually required in a school district. Most have multiple funds, but this is the only one that is actually required by state law. You have your special revenue funds. Again, the biggest one of this is your food service fund. Some districts have a community service fund or an athletic fund. They may still keep track of athletics outside in what they consider a special revenue fund, but in their financial statements and how it's presented to the outside world, athletics are rolled into general fund. They're not a separate fund anymore. Some districts still wanted to keep it out. I don't know if there's very many of them that still do that, but your biggest special revenue fund is going to be your food service. Your capital projects and your debt service funds, they kind of go hand in hand. When you pass a bond issue, you have the money come in from the sale of those bonds, and that money goes into a capital projects fund. That money is kept separate from your general fund. It does not mingle with your general fund in any way, shape, or form. And I think when you had mentioned possibly going out to the voters for a bond proposal and that sort of thing, I think it's important to stress to the public that what we put together in a bond proposal and in that ballot language, that is the only thing that we can spend that money on. We cannot spend that money on anything else. And it has to fall within that proposal that you ultimately take to the Department of Treasury, and they go through it with a fine-tooth comb and say, yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes. Now you have a very clear plan of what you are going to go to the voters to ask money for. And then that is what is listed in that bond proposal, that ballot language. That's why you have your attorneys put together that ballot language. And then when that bond is passed, that proposal passes, and you sell those bonds and you get that money, it goes into a separate bank account, a very separate fund. All the interest that money earns goes into that fund. Those monies are never mingled with any other fund, whether it be your special revenue food service fund, your general fund, your sinking fund. You're blessed to have a sinking fund in this district. Your capital projects money that you have, even though it's very related to those types of funds that you have in your sinking fund, they don't get mingled. If for some reason some funds do get deposited someplace else and you have to move them back, technically you're even supposed to calculate the amount of interest that was sitting in that other account. That portion of that interest needs to be moved over into that fund. That's how technical it is. Another element that is, I think is important that voters don't realize, when your capital projects are virtually done and you get from your architects a significant certificate of completion, meaning that your project is pretty much done. At that point, you have to have those funds audited. You have a firm come in and they do a separate audit on those capital projects money. And to make sure that you adhere to that proposal that the community said you could spend that money on. And then that audit has to then be turned over to the state. So it is closely scrutinized. So if there's ever any question as to what the money can and can't be spent on and what it was spent on, it's followed very closely, and you have to report all of that, and the funds are even audited at another level, okay? And that is outside of your regular audit that you have every year. This is a special one that you have to bring in. Good news is you can use those capital project funds to pay for that audit. That is an allowable expense, yes.
Is that all we need to do, the bond? The bond, that's how you have to do it?
Yes, if you go through and you do a proposal and you get it approved, and then you go to the voters to ask to levy mills in order to pay that off, which leads us right into the debt service fund. So once you, all your projects are completed, and now you have to start collecting the mills that you asked for, the ability to levy in that capital projects proposal. When you start collecting those, that money goes into its own bank account, in its own fund, and is kept track of separately. So now you have the money to pay for those principal and interest payments on those bonds that you sold to have all of that capital project money. That all has to go in its own fund and be kept separate and be maintained separately in order to have the money there to pay the interest and principal payments as they come due over the next 15, 20, 30 years, however long your debt service is for. Any questions on those two things? I wanted to hit that a little bit harder just because I know there's that might be a possibility that you have rolling around in the back of your minds of going out to the public for a bond proposal. So those are some key elements to remember that you can stress as you prepare the community for that. Trust funds. The rules around trust and agency and fiduciary funds have recently changed a little bit. Trust funds, you may have these referred to as student activity accounts, club accounts, that sort of thing. Those student activity funds, those fiduciary funds and trust funds, they've been the definition of them have been changed a little bit. But with trust funds, basically, these are examples include like endowments and any gifts and bequests and foundations. You have a fiduciary fund and you found the CD tonight that relates to that fiduciary fund. I'm horrible with names. I remember more of, you said it was 190,000. I'm going to remember the number before I remember the name. Polk, or that one. Yes. So that's a fiduciary fund. That's a trust fund. That money was given to the district for a very specific purpose. It is kept separate. And you know the do's and the don'ts with those particular funds. Okay. Fiduciary funds, they used to be called agency funds. And this is those student activity accounts, like your National Honor Society, your student council, your maybe if you're any of your sporting your sport groups, like your football or your basketball or something, maybe they have their own little accounts where they fundraise money and then they spend that on something. Outside of your sports boosters, outside of your PTOs, outside of your band boosters, these are student groups that might have some money set aside in an account. And it's the students that really decide where that money goes, but it's directed by maybe a member of the district, a teacher that oversees that group and that sort of thing. Those are what we used to call your student activity accounts. That's what would fall into these funds. Yes.
So where would like the booster club money fall into?
That's a good question. Now I'm going to ask this: is your booster club a separate entity outside of the school district, or is it made up of teachers and staff and stuff that are part of the boosters, or is it a community group that does it? If it's a community group, then they are truly a separate entity and they're not attached to the school district. I'm hoping, and my fingers crossed that they're not. Because if they are that separate, they should be their own nonprofit entity. They should have their own nonprofit status, their own tax identification number, that sort of thing. Really, the only thing that they should be sharing with you is a portion of the district's name within their band boosters, sports boosters, that sort of thing. Your PTOs should be the same. They should be separate entities. So PTOs and band boosters, sports boosters, that sort of thing, they should be separate entities from the school.
So we haven't really established what our booster club is kind of aligned with the athletic department.
And
So-
it is fine for them to be in communications with and that sort of thing. But they should have their own bank account and their own tax status and their own tax identification number. It's the easiest, it is the safest thing for the school district to have them at that level. Because if there's, and I'm not saying it would be, but there's always the chance for it. If there's any misappropriation of funds or anything like that, it is under their own umbrella and it is not associated with the school district.
But it goes through our account, that booster account, that booster account, the money that are collected from games and what have you, is collected by the athletic director.
That's different. That's part of your athletic fund. If you're talking about your gate receipts and if your concession stands is operated by the
yeah,
school district,
yeah.
then all of that, that's
That's different.
different.
Okay, cool.
That's all in your athletic department. Yes,
Okay.
your gate receipts for your football, your in basketball, and if you charge for baseball and softball, that sort of thing. That does go right into the general fund and it's classified under athletics. That's different. I'm referring to a separate group that wants to raise money in general for your sports programs or for your band programs. That way you've got a separate entity that wants to raise money for band units, which
Right.
are outrageously expensive, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And, or raise money for, improvements to a softball field or baseball field or something. Those outside groups. That's what I'm talking about. Gate receipts and that sort of thing, that is 100% district, monies. The other item that I wanted to touch on out of your, the CBA 103 is just your foundation allowance. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that you have a foundation allowance and that's made up of two pieces. It's made up of property tax revenue that you collect at a local district. And then based on how much property taxes you collect on a local basis, the state then puts in the amount necessary to get you up to that $9,608 per student. Okay, so your foundation allowance is made up of two parts. The state kicks in a portion, and then you have a portion that is generated from your property tax revenue that's collected directly from the state. Okay, and you all know that annually that is set by the board by the state. And in good years, we know this amount before June 30th. And I can tell you, in my 25 years as a school business official, 3 times I knew what the state foundation allowance was going to be before I had to put together a budget to take to a board. 3 times out of 25 years. So when your business official brings the budget to you, it's very important that you have a list of what the budget assumptions are. And part of that budget assumption is going to be what the foundation allowance is estimated, what that's going to be, along with what your student count is going to be. Now you have to have, and I'm getting ahead of myself with some things, but it all ties to this foundation allowance. So just know the more time I spend on this, I'm actually covering information that's further into the presentation, but now is a good point to go over it. So with your foundation allowance, we have to have a budget in place by July 1st. If you don't pass a budget by July 1st, you don't spend any money because the board tells the district how ultimately it's approved to spend the money. We don't have your approval. As a financial person, I'm not allowing a dime to go outside of the district. I can't. Legally, we can't spend anything. That includes even salary, benefits, keeping the lights on, nothing. So, but July 1st, we have to have a budget in place and you have to approve it. We don't know what our foundation allowance is going to be. We don't know what our student count is going to be. And that is well over half of the revenue that comes into the district is your foundation allowance right there. So well over half of your budget is a guess. It's a best estimate that we possibly can. We look at what the House is saying, what the Senate is saying, what the governor is saying. we think it's gonna be this, or it's gonna be a combination of something in there. Your student count, we're not sure what our student count is gonna be. Your first count isn't until October. That's 90% of your count. And then your second one isn't until February. That's 10% of your count. And all of that count information changes on a month-to-month basis because as students move in and out of your district, your student count number goes up and down. Because now, is it 23J? Section 23J, I forgot the number. There's a section of the state aid now where, and it's been there probably close to 15 years actually. When a student moves from district to district, the foundation allowance moves with that student. So you only have that portion of the foundation allowance of that student for the time frame that they're there. And that doesn't stop happening until April. That's about the last time that the state will make an adjustment if a student moves to another district. So you don't even know what your student count is going to be that you have your, well over half of your revenues based on until April. June 30th is year end. These are the moving targets that your business official and your superintendent are continuously working at. And so it is, and you're not going to know what your foundational, I see it, you're not going to know your foundation allowance if you're lucky until probably the end of November, maybe. And then I want to address title funds and federal money also. Keep in mind, the state budget runs from October to September, okay? And so you may have to submit your title application, your Title I, Title II, Title IV, Title V, how many titles you have to submit that and have that approved, but you don't know what your allocation is yet. You've got an estimated allocation. You're not going to know your true allocation probably until January. And then you have to amend that, and then you have to go through the approval. And so just as I was hearing some of the questions that were coming through the board of wanting to know certain pieces of information, I'm telling you, your financial person and your superintendent, your whole administrative team wants to give you that information. We don't know. We don't know what that information is quite often until months later. We have a plan and we can tell you what the plan is. And that in the plan that your financial or your federal dollars are based on, especially your title, is based on your school improvement plan. You know what's in your school improvement plan. And that has to be tied right back to the application that you submit for your title funds and it's approved. If it's not in your school improvement plan, it can't be in your title money. And so as a board, you're already approving that school improvement plan. So you're already approving what's in those federal dollars, just not line by line, which in all honesty is not the level that the board needs to be concerned with. That is where your administrative team is concerned with that line by line. You're concerned with the overall idea that Title I money is going to cover a trip to Washington, D.C. and this possible and this sort of, you're going to be able to see what's outlined. And just know that when we have the details, we're going to bring them to you and as much information as we possibly can to get that ultimate approval to go out the door with those sorts of expenses. But please know, it's not that we don't want to give the information, we don't have yet. Because we're waiting on the rules and the regulations and everything to trickle down to us. Yes.
My question, I heard you say that the money follows the student.
Got to speak in the mic.
Yes. Yeah, the foundation allowance, that money, that $9,608 per student that you're getting from the state at this point will follow the student. So if you have a student come in and they're included in your count in October, but then they leave in December, and let's say they go to, I'm grabbing a name, Ann Arbor. When Ann Arbor then is going to put them on their student population, and that's going to get reported to the state, and now the foundation allowance is coming away from you and going to Benton Harbor for the remainder of the year. You got the section from the time frame that they were with you, and that moving around continues and doesn't stop until about April.
Okay, because I was under the impression if a student is at one school on account day, all that money goes to that school, even if that student leaves.
That changed, and well, I've been out 5 years. And it was probably in place at least 10 before that. I mean, it's been there for a while.
Oh,
So,
okay, thank you.
It used to be, excuse my term, butt and seat meant the money was with the district. But now it doesn't mean that. It means, but in seat for the time frame that it's in the seat, when it moves into a new district, the money goes with it.
That's a good thing.
So it is a good thing, except the gray hair that the finance person gets and trying to pinpoint how much money we're gonna actually have.
Okay.
That's, it gets,
So those districts who, once the count date is over, and then they send those kids back to Ben Harbor, then Ben Harbor should get a portion of that money.
absolutely.
And it's the responsibility of our finance director to make sure that we get it.
Or whoever does your pupil count. Register,
Register.
okay, yeah, sometimes that falls on the finance person's desk, but it's the registrar. Yes,
You gave a certain date. If they send the student back in April, do those dollars follow the student or they stay
the
with
state
this?
recognizes that at a certain point, you gotta stop. And I think that's around in that April timeframe.
Okay,
Yes, is
so
when it stops.
if the student gets kicked out in April and they come back to our district, we're servicing the student, but we're not receiving the remainder of
Here's
those
what would
dollars.
be That if you have a student move in end of April to finish up the year in May and June, the state aid isn't gonna follow them back. But you have them for 6 to 8 weeks.
Right.
Instead of having them, for the entire year and not getting anything. So. Yes.
Have you ever known them to increase the foundation? You gradually increase the that. And have you ever
Yes.
known them to increase it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in 2011-12, they took $470 back from us in about April, when we had already spent the money. Yeah, I don't care to relive that. That was a bad year. I have a chart actually that shows all of that, so we'll get to that. But yeah, they've actually taken money back from us, yes. Yeah.
I have one more question.
Yes.
About,
Okay.
Michael. I felt like I heard.
I'm trying to remember the question.
Throw something at me again.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. One other thing that I wanna talk about is your district's ability to pass and maintain the 18 mills on your non-homestead property tax. Okay, so remember how I told you that you're collecting some you're collecting some property taxes? And the amount that you collect on property taxes goes into the pot to reach that $9,608 per student. That is your 18 mills that you go up to voters every so often and ask the ability to continue to levy these 18 mills. For the majority of your taxpayers, it doesn't impact them because the 18 mills is on the non-homestead, so on the home that you have identified as your home, you don't pay that 18 mills on because that's your homestead. This is on non-homestead, so if there's happens to be a second piece of property, or farm ground, that sort of thing, businesses, that's who pays that 18 mills. But it's important for you to pass that every year, or when you go out for renewal, because if you don't, the state's gonna assume you do. And they're not gonna make up. They're going to calculate a full 18 mills on your property tax base and say you're collecting them. And I'll show you, this is an actual property tax bill. And I like to give this as an example. Whoops. How did I do that? Let me go back. Nope, other way. Wow. Come on. All right, there we go. Because this kind of gives you an idea of how your property taxes are collected at the local level. This particular property tax bill, if you look where it's listed, over kind of in the middle on the right-hand side, you see all of those different villages. This particular district, the Grand Ledge Public Schools, has several different millages. A special ed millage, a couple of debts. You can see the 18 mills and it says exempt. So this particular piece of property doesn't pay that. But you can see how all of the different millages that you could possibly have and how it's listed on a property tax statement. And so that 18 mils is exempt on this one, but the state is going to assume that if you have a piece of property in your school district that we have to collect that on, you're collecting the full 18 mils. And typically this has a ton of, because we go into this in a lot of detail. Here's an example of a state aid status report. Now you can go out to the state website and you can look at one of these for any district in the state of Michigan. And if you look right there, this is an old one. I didn't take the time to update it because there's lots of transitions in this slide. But currently the foundation allowance is the $9,608. Here's your actual count and the blends between your fall and your spring count. And so I think currently your state aid membership is like 1,247 point something or other. And that is a blend between your October and your February counts. And then you also have a blend with your special ed numbers too. You have two counts. You have a general ed and a special ed, and then an overall 3 hours later. So there you can see what your count is and what you are actually getting paid for. Now, mind you, this is a number that changes on a month-to-month basis. If you were to look at this every month from July until June, it's going to be probably April, May, and June are going to be the only 3 months that are going to stay the same. So the amount of money that you're getting on a monthly basis changes. So that's your blended count. Here's where I'm talking about the state is going to assume that you're collecting this much because you've got this much property taxes values that you're going to charge that 18 mils and then 6 commercial property taxes. So they're going to say you're collecting, in this example, it's $3.7 million locally. And so that works out to be per general ed or per membership, $2,900 and some odd dollars. I'm going to call it 3,000. So the state's going to assume you're collecting $3,000 over here. So they're only going to take $6,908 out of the school aid fund to make your $9,608. That makes sense? Okay.
So we have to vote, I know about the 18 mil.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say when it comes up again, how often does it come up? Is it a ballot item?
It is a ballot item. And it depends on how long you want in your ballot language can say for the next 5 years, excuse me, for the next 10 years, or for the next 15 years or 20 years. You can go out, you can put that number of years in the ballot language. Now you kind of, I don't know of many districts that go more than 10. Most are going 5, and I'll tell you why. Because you have what's called a Headley rollback. So, which means property tax values can't go up faster than the rate of inflation. And if they do, that means property taxes are going to go up higher than the rate of inflation. And Headley rollback, the Headley law doesn't allow that to happen. So what they do is they roll back your millage to the point where it lowers that 18 mils to the point where when they calculate it out, people's property taxes haven't went up more than the rate of inflation. That's why it's called a Headley rollback. And they're going to take that 18 mils and roll it back to 17.6, 17.2, something like that. So if you have, if times are where you've got high inflation and property tax values are fluctuating too, a combination of things, you don't want to hold, you don't want to have too long on that to go back to the voters to get back up to the 18 mils. Because the state assumes you are collecting 18. You might only be collecting 17 and a half. They don't care. They're going to assume it's a full 18 and they're only going to kick in the remaining amount. So then that means you're not getting your full foundation allowance per student. Okay.
So how do we know if we are collecting the 18 mil? Our director of finance.
Every year you are given an L-4029, and on that is a property tax form, and it lists out any of the millages that you are you are going to be levying over the next year. That's part of your whole budget hearing, your truth in taxation. That is what is meant by that. It's required by law that you have a budget hearing, and that's where you talk about what you're going to tax and how you're going to tax it and that sort of information. All of that rolls onto that L-4029, and your treasurer signs that. And then that goes to the county and all to the townships, and that's how they know what they need to levy on these property tax bills that you just saw. That's how the entities know is from that L 4029. So as a board, that's how you know, and your finance person is gonna be able to tell you that it's 18 mils, or we had a Headley rollback, that sort of thing. Really quick, on the top few lines is your foundation allowance funding. Somehow you combine that information there, and you'll come up with your foundation allowance funding. Below that are your categoricals. And one of your biggest categoricals is your 31A, which is your at risk. But those categorical funds change, and they can change from year to year based on basically what the state is looking at focusing money on. And it could be, I apologize. Could be early literacy, it could be math, it could be science, whatever the focus in is at the time, the categorical funding will kind of follow. All right, any questions on the basics? Good? All right. So the primary responsibility is the Board of Education and the superintendent roles when it comes to budget. So with, I apologize, that is too small on my own screen to be able to. So you can see that it's the superintendent's responsibility to work with the school administrators to pull together the information of what the foundation is going to look like, the student count, what programs need this, where they want to make some changes, if they need to add staff, take away staff, that sort of thing. It's the superintendent's responsibility to reach out to the administrative team and pull all that information together. And then it's the board's responsibility to review that budget that's submitted by the superintendent and make sure that it aligns with your funding policies and what your district goals are. So that's the board's responsibility, is to look at it at that overall and trust in the superintendent and the administrative team to give you what the budget assumptions are and how those tie back, and make sure that you're following your funding policies and your district goals. And a budget is simply put, it's a translation of what you prioritized in your district and what then you have put it into a financial plan. And can be a very political item. It's an instrument to allocate those public resources among what your social and economic needs are of your school district. And it's a management administrative tool that has specific ways and means of providing those public services. We've already went over these.
A budget is what you prioritize in your district.
It's the financial plan of your goals and objectives that you've identified as a board. It's the financial plan to reach those, yes. So your types of funds, we went over those in the beginning that require a budget. Your general, capital projects, debt service, and your special revenue funds, your food service. Those are all, if you have those types of monies, you are required to have a budget for those particular funds. Here, you're required to have a budget for your general fund and your special revenue fund, which is your food service. And you have your sinking fund that you have a budget for also. So when you're looking at major expenditure items, it is required by law that your budget is at that function level. And so when we look at an expense of a district, we look at it in two different elements. We look at it a function, which is by department. So basically, what is the function? What department is this related to? And then we also then break it down further into a category called object. What are we buying? What are we paying for? So what department is this and what are we buying? What function is this and what object are we buying? So we use both ways in order to provide that picture and the use of the district's revenue sources. This is really tiny. This is just an example. I had this in front of my board. Every board meeting, they had that in front of them. So they understood what was meant by special services, instructional, basic instruction, what was included in athletics, what was included in central services. Quickly at the top is at the very tip top of that, it says the account number structure. We're required by law to keep track of expenses at an account level by account, but that's account level, level. And it's your fund, your function, and your object, and then your building code. Those are the most important elements. So we have to break everything down by building code. Then we have to break it, first we break it down by function. What are we paying for? Is it basic instruction? Is it instructional support? Is it general administration, whatever? Then by object, and then by building. And it's all required by law that we report it at that detail. And the numbers that are highlighted there next to each one of those functions, you can go to any district in the state of Michigan and function 111 is going to be elementary. 112 is going to be middle school. 113 is going to be high school. 261 is going to be operations and maintenance. 271 is going to be transportation. That is the same from district to district. It is that way. So when we pull all of that information at the state level and we start comparing district to district, we're comparing as best apples to apples as we possibly can, because we are truly, if we're comparing transportation costs across the state of Michigan, that is because we have pulled function 271 out of every district in the state of Michigan when we're lining them all up side by side. Here is a statewide general fund revenue. So this is every district in the state of Michigan. And this is a pie chart of the $20 billion in 23-24 that was spent in school districts across the state of Michigan. You can see the largest portion of the revenues that came in is your foundation grant, your 18 mills, which was 14%, and then the foundation grant of 43%, that orange and the darker blue. Those two pieces together, that's your foundation allowance. So you see that is the large majority of the funding for school districts. The other 25%, that gray area of that says state, that's your categoricals. That's your literacy grant, your special, your 31A, those categoricals that we saw listed on that state aid status report. That's what's in that gray area. Your federal funds is the gold area. That's going to be your title. That's going to be your ESSER funds, that sort of thing. Any federal dollars. That's going to include your USDA, which is your food service money. That's going to be in there. No, I apologize. It's not in there. It's general fund money. So that is in a separate fund. And then local and other, that's a small amount. It might be some specialized money that might flow down from your ISD or something like that. It's a small percentage of the overall revenues. But you can see by far your foundation allowance is your bread and butter.
So let me ask you a question. When you said like our title, 31A, all of those fall into the category from the state?
The state portion, that 25%, that $5 billion, is going to include your categoricals, which is going to be like your early literacy, your at risk, your title money. That's federal. That's going to be in the gold section. So that 25% that's state and the 10% that's federal, those are your grant dollars. Some of them might be state, some of them might be federal. But that's where those specialized dollars are going to be.
So if we were looking at the budget and what things do we have in our budget that comes from the state?
Mm-hmm.
That is state funded, so that we won't have to worry about that per se. That's going
to be your gray, your orange, and that darker blue. That's going to be those three big chunks.
Right there.
Yes.
The state. So when you talk about title, when you say federal, like give me another example other than title.
Your ESSER funds. Those are going to be in there. Actually, in your financial statements, you have what's called a schedule, a SEPA. It's a schedule of expenditures and federal awards, and that is going to list. I'm going to actually still have it up, I think. That's going to give a list of all of your federal funds.
So we need
because those are all audited separate every year.
So right now, where the dilemma comes in at, or where we are right now, we're just hanging in the air. With this administration, is the federal fund. That's where the uncertainty. So if we
Right,
look at,
especially that 3 million that of sitting out there of ESSER funds, correct?
Yeah.
That's what you're referring to? Okay.
yes, I mean, so like, I'm just saying, like, in the future, when you plan, so when we look at our budget, the federal fund, how many different pieces, how many spaces in our budget, according to our budget, is actually funded by, from a federal perspective? And then we know, yeah, okay, so can you give?
Yep. One thing that I would recommend, I don't know what other training that you have planned, but we do offer a CBA on understanding your audit. And I would highly recommend that one. And because we do go over a little bit of this in more detail, but on your SEPA, your schedule of expenditures and federal awards, you have your U.S. Department of Agriculture. Now, this is your special revenue of your food service, but it's listed on there because it's scheduled all your federal funds. So that's a huge amount. You have Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV. That's a huge amount of federal funds that you get there. You also have your COVID, which is your the COVID-19 teacher and support staff payments, and then your ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and Rescue Plan and Homeless 2. Then you also have some MIC LSD sub-grantees. I'm not sure what that is. That's a new one.
grant.
So what?
Literacy.
It's a literacy grant, that's right, yes. So I remember that one. So there's some literacy dollars. You also have some urban teacher residency program money. You have from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, you have a little bit more. You have a TAG grant, but that's kind of under Title I, but it's kind of under another office. And then you also have some pass-through federal funds that come from the Berry and RESA of Title I, vocational and tax Perkins money and Medicaid outreach. So you have quite a few different types of federal funds.
Yeah.
So one of the most important things that I would say with any grant dollars, and I mean either categorical grants or your federal grants, your grants should never have an impact on your bottom line.
Right. Right.
Your expenses equal your revenues. So nothing ever hits your fund balance. You never decrease your fund balance or increase your fund balance because of grant dollars. That includes at risk, that includes title, that includes literacy, that includes any retirement MIPSers money that you get on the state, your categoricals, includes anything that we just talked about that included in your federal listing. Now, does that mean that you're going to spend all that money every year? That you're going to spend all of your title money? No, you might have some title carryover. But what that does mean is in your actual numbers that hit your financial statements, if you collected $100,000 in title money, you spend $100,000 in title money, then that result is zero. You have no impact on your fund balance. Because if you recognize $100,000, but you only spent 50, that means you're $50,000 to the good. That will roll into your fund balance. No, because you spend the money and be reimbursed. Grant dollars are always a zero impact on your financials. Good question?
I'm not sure if I'm asking this right. I don't have the language.
Go right ahead.
In Michigan, our school district supposed to have like a certain percentage of dollars in order for your fund balance to be considered okay or not in trouble?
Yes.
Like, what is that formula? What is it that we have to have in order to be not on their radar?
We're going to get into fund balance in a little bit more detail, but I'll address it a little bit right now. In order to keep the Department of Treasury off from your doorstep, and when I want to say Department of Treasury, it's not the warm fuzzy people from the Department of Ed. It's the people in suits that show up from the Department of Treasury at your door. If you have a fund balance that is less than 5% of your revenues, and they have a certain calculation that they go through because it's not your total revenues, because some of those revenues are restricted. We just talked about that with your federal grants. Those are restricted revenues because the state recognizes your revenues and expenses for grants should equal each other. So there's no impact there. So we got to remove those from the calculation. So they have certain elements that are removed, certain functions that are removed. We're going to go right back to that account number and all of those functions, those numbers. They will tell you which ones need to be removed. I think 312 is title. Remove any function 312 and take that out. Then they take a look at that adjusted revenue number, and then they take a look at your fund balance. And if your fund balance is 5% or more, they'll say, okay, you're doing all right. If you're at that 5%, they're gonna come in and they're like, what are you doing? And what is your plan to move forward? You guys good? They're gonna do a temperature check of the district. You get below 5%, they're knocking at your door saying, what are you doing? We're gonna be monitoring you on a monthly basis. We want you reporting to us on the changes that you're making and that sort of thing. You don't want that. And if it's bad enough, they'll actually come in and sit down and say, no, yes, no, yes. I don't care if you got a collective bargaining agreement. No, you can't afford it. It gets pretty serious.
How do we know what that number is?
Your finance person can calculate that number. And you can ask what that number is. I will tell you that as a finance person, I'm not sure what the reasoning was with the state of Michigan looking at revenues. I look at it as a percent of expenses. Because that's really, I want to make sure that I have enough in our savings account, in our fund balance, in order to cover so many months worth of expenses. Because the more I have in there to cover those expenses, then the less, or maybe I won't even have to borrow at all. But I do see that you do state aid borrowing every year. And that is because you don't have enough money in your fund balance, in your savings account, to get you through those lean times when the state doesn't give you state aid. Because the state doesn't give you state aid 1 month out of the year. You only get 11 state aid payments. So you have to go almost 2 months without having that income coming. Do you have enough in your savings account, your personal savings account, to float yourself for 2 months before a paycheck comes in? It's the same concept for the school district. That's why we have to borrow state aid and then pay it back when we start getting our payments in.
What's the question that we need to be asking our
What is
finance?
our fund balance? What is our percentage of our fund balance in accordance with state regulations with revenues?
What is our percentage of fund balance? Thank you.
So when you get.
But on an operating basis, I would suggest looking at it as a percentage of your expenditures. And when I did that. Yeah. We're still on 18. You're about at, when I look at your fund balance in comparison to your overall expenses, you're at about 6.5%.
So we're higher than the.
You're higher than the
red flag.
But I'm looking at expenses. I'm not looking at revenue, which in revenue is what the state looks at. I did a very, very rough because I don't have access to your function levels and that sort of thing. But if I look at your revenue and I take off your all of your federal money and then compare that to your foundation, you're at 7.75%. But please don't take that to the bank because that is just me looking at your financial statements and what your total federal sources are. I just removed all of those. There's some state money that they remove out of that revenue too, like you're at risk and that sort of thing. Your financial statements online don't give me that kind of thing. So I can't, but I would ask what that number is. If you were anywhere near that 5%, the state, you would be hearing from the state, but it's an important number for you to be looking for. Okay?
Yes.
Yes.
The grade, I know that's state funded. Your federal money come into that state and then they dish it out to the.
Yes, even if that happens, even if it's like your title money comes into the state first, because you don't reach out to Washington DC and ask to be reimbursed your title money. You reach out to the Department of Ed, state of Michigan. That's in the yellow. Ultimately, if it is federal money, even though it flows from the feds to the state and then to here, it's still classified as federal. Okay. We talked about this. We talked about the function. You guys have an idea of what falls under each one of these categories. This is the bare minimum that your budget needs to be listed at. So when you're giving your budget, when you're giving your budget.
We got you tired. You're
tired. It starts at 4 o'clock in the morning.
No.
So yeah. So when this is the minimum level that it needs to be at. You need to see instruction, what your budget is, operations and maintenance, that sort of thing. This is the important level required by law. Now, underneath here, you could get into more detail if that is what is in your board policy. This just happens to be the minimum that it has to be in. Would you like to pay? No, I sit all day long, so I'm good. I'm good. Plus, if I do this, then I can tell my trainer I don't have to work out tomorrow because I stood for 3 hours.
Three. No.
And I'm not telling them, I'm not telling her I had 3 cookies. Object, so we got our function, now our object is we got our department, now what are we buying? Salaries, benefits, purchase services, supplies, materials. That section of your account number, if it starts with a 1, it's in the thousands, it's a salary. If it's 2,000, it's a benefit. Purchase services are 3 and 4 and so forth. Again, same thing across the state of Michigan, gonna pull all that information together, so now we're comparing apples to apples when we compare expenses across different districts. Here is statewide expenditures by function. So this is statewide, all districts. You can see 56% of the money that comes in is instruction. Instruction means student is in front of that individual getting some sort of instruction. So while over half the money, that's where it goes. People support, instructional services, that sort of thing. You can see how it goes through. Unfortunately, when you want to look at cuts, in order to make any sort of impact on your budget, it impacts instruction. Whether it be instruction, pupil support, instructional support, that sort of thing. You can cut operations and maintenance as much as you want, but you're not going to have an impact when it's only 9% of your budget. 9% of your expenses. We're people.
Clarifying question.
I
know this is for the full state issue. If instruction is at 56% of the budget, why are people so underpaid? Like how does that bounce back? And this is just, I know it's a nationwide issue, but so this chart you can see that the importance is reflected support instruction and instructional support. So if that much of the budget is delegated for that, why?
Because education overall is grossly underfunded.
And then benefits and ministers and all that we have to pay.
Yes.
Accounts and all
Yeah.
that.
Keep in mind, for every dollar of salary that you have for a teacher, you have 7.65% FICA cost. You have 26% minimum, 26% for retirement.
Yep.
So you have 26 cents on every dollar that goes into retirement. And then health benefits, health, dental, vision, life, disability, all those insurance costs. So which leads right into the next slide of what are we buying? What object are we buying? Salary and benefits are across the state is 76% of all expenses spent in education. 76% is salary and benefits. Out on your transparency transparency reporting on the district website, you know, that pretty Michigan with the rainbow colors on it. You click on that, a whole bunch of stuff pops up. There's a one flag that says personnel expenses. You click on that and you're going to get a pretty chart that shows personnel expenses. And taking a look at that, seemed, if I did my calculation right, it looked like you guys were like around 69%. So you're considerably lower when I look at salary and benefit costs compared to total expenses within the district. Statewide at 76. You seem a little low at 69, but I didn't have a chance to look at any of your collective bargaining agreements to see where your salary schedules were and that sort of thing.
Would that have anything to do with the amount of certified teachers versus the ones that are not certified? Would that make a difference?
When we're looking at this 76% statewide on salary and benefits, that is everybody from the teacher's aide to custodians to bus drivers to teachers to administrators, everything. This is total salary and benefits. It's just not teachers. If I did my calculation right, it looked about 69%. But again, I didn't have a lot of detail there. I was just going based on, and actually that information was a couple of years old. I think that might have been 22, 23 and not 23, 24, which you should probably make sure that that's updated because technically the state could withhold state aid because your information is not up to date.
Where is this at on the?
It's on the transparency.
Transparency.
Yeah, all your major items were there, that one, and maybe I just missed it, but I thought I only saw 1 year listed there, but that's just something.
So if we don't get that updated, we could lose state aid or be suspended?
It was gonna take more than that, but technically, yes, if you don't have your transparency reporting updated, you can have state aid withheld. And I've actually worked with districts that have had their state aid withheld because they didn't get their most recent audit up there. You guys got that information. You've got that was the only piece that I didn't see out there. And again, I may have just overlooked it, but yes, you can have, because that's how important transparency reporting is to the state of Michigan. And with the information that's out there, every district in the state is required to do that. So then you can go out there and you can compare. And so if the information isn't out there and the most updated, then, the public can't compare that information, then transparency isn't there.
So who's responsible for this? Getting this information out, Eddie Berry? Dr. Butt, who's responsible for this for us?
Typically, and for staff, what we do is make sure that we have, after we give the board approval, part of the basis, we can make sure it's up there.
What you mean, like with finance?
So we have to go in and so they pull whenever we put our information in. I can't remember what system we put it in.
New metrics.
Not that one, but they also pull from, is it Nexus or Genmar? I can remember. They also pull from one of those too that we put our allocations in. So I can tell you, but it's one of the ones they pull from too.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and that's the only piece that I see that isn't there. It's an easy one to get. It's an easy one to upload.
What's the piece called?
Personnel expenditure. Yes.
Personnel expenditure. So, when people say teachers, I always tell them, you have to look at all the benefits. Your actual salary is $70,000. But when you get ready for the benefit package, it's like $90,000.
Yes, and I have a chart that kind of goes through that a little bit. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, when you look at
that is underpaying issue.
The average teacher in the state of Michigan, I think that cost is around $69,000. It's a slide. 45,000 of that is salary. The rest of it is benefits. So yes. All right, so moving along here, strategic planning and prioritizing your services. As you move forward, what are some of the elements that you need to start thinking about as you're developing your budget? You want to look at your vision, which describes the future, where you want to go. And if you have a clear vision and you share that vision, you have better buy-in in a group, in your community and your administrative team, everybody. Mission, that's your statement of purpose. What are your values and belief statement? Your action steps. What are you putting into place to accomplish what your vision and you achieve your mission? And then how are you going to manage that business? So how are you going to allocate those resources, monitor them, and adjust the plan over 3 to 5 years? I heard you guys talking about strategic planning. These are the elements that I'm sure you're focusing on. And all of that strategic planning, then you can tie to your budget plan too. So as you go through and you set your district goals, and you identify what those goals are, and you have those goal statements identified and how you're going to measure them, then the next step is, how would these goals impact our budget development? Student achievement, if we want to have, a reduction in staff or reduction in class sizes, how much is that going to cost us? If we want to increase the number of parapros in district, how much is that going to cost us? All of those sorts of things. If you're in the middle of collective bargaining, and you're anticipating a percentage increase for the teachers. And then you've got step increases in there too. How is that going to impact your budget? So every time you come up with this district goal, as you work through and you develop that goal, then you have to determine what the financial impact is going to be. So in making those budget decisions, you're going to need to have some numbers in front of you, some statistics to go by. You clearly have to identify the people that your district serves and what resources are there in order to support your education. What resources are out there in your community, your staff and your facilities that makes the schooling possible. You guys have talked a lot about your facilities and doing that facility study and determining what you need and when you need it and that sort of thing. That's huge. And then what your district levels of operations are today. How many buildings do you have? What are your student counts in each building? That sort of thing. So history tells us a lot. And with those statistics, where those statistics are coming in, and it helps us to estimate where you're going to be. So, and this is just, you know, in your everyday life. If you've got a regular expense, like you got a Diet Coke budget and this is how much you generally consume, and you go to the store and the price goes up. Do you find money to cover that increase, or do you cut back on the amount of Diet Coke? It's a simple example. Unfortunately, throw it into the school system and add some zeros and a couple of commas. It's the same concept. You make those adjustments as those changes come in, and you gather more information, and you have those statistics in front of you. So also within your budget decisions, what's your total population? Who are you serving? What are the characteristics by age group, ethnic, racial backgrounds, the types of families, single family, or multiple parents by income, your number of students with disabilities? I can tell you, you can have one family move into your district that can totally blow your special education budget out of the water. And by law, you are providing services to that special needs student before you're doing anything else across the district.
Can you clarify that? Is it because of the amount of additional resources that that particular student may need?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, right. Because let's say you have a deaf and hard of hearing student move into the district that needs an interpreter. So that now that an interpreter is very expensive. And then do you have the program in order to can that student be fully immersed into just the general ed programs with the deaf and hard of hearing interpreter? Or do they also have to have special education services along with it? It can be a visually impaired student, that sort of thing. I mean, you could be looking at one student that's going to cost the district a couple $100,000. So what is your population trend within your district? Is it increasing, decreasing? Why is it? Are businesses moving in, businesses moving out, that sort of thing? What is your school population, current and projected? Have you done an enrollment projection? You can pay an entity to come in and take a look at birth rates in the county and the state and in the surrounding areas and kind of give you an idea of where they think your student count's going to go. By grade level, because we all know, I think looking at your numbers in October of 24, you were at like 1,297, and now you're down to 1,247. You lost 50 kids from October to April. Well, you didn't lose kids all in one spot to make it easy. You didn't lose them all in 5th grade or 6th grade or all 9th graders. No, you lost a few here, you lost a few here, all across the grade levels, all across the subject levels. So it doesn't mean 50 kids, you think, that's about 1.5 teachers, okay? Or 2 teachers. I can't just eliminate 2 teachers because it's spread out across the district. But I had the financial impact of the cost of 2 teachers by losing 50 kids. But how do I make that cut? So when you are looking at needing a budget reduction, and as your finance person brings to you, like they have done, we have $3 million that we know we need to cut from the budget. That's the equivalent of this. Talking to the administrators, this is where they think overall they could make cuts. Now, did they give you what grade level? Did they tell you exactly what teachers? But no, don't know that kind of level yet until we know, because we can't tell you that, yes, it means that we can eliminate a section of 1st grade over here and 5th grade over here. We don't know those numbers yet. We just know that we need to cut 3 million. And the administrators told us they could take hits in their budget in these areas. And they need to come to you with that information sooner than later. So you have time as a board member to be prepared. Now, what sort of information gets released to the public? That is something that you as a board determines and when it gets released. But when your administrative team and your superintendent is bringing that information to you, they need to do it sooner than later. So you are prepared to know that the budget needs to be reduced by this amount. Does that make sense? Okay. And then you need to know what your financial resources are in the district. And we talked about that. We talked about your federal aid, your foundation allowance, your overall, the amount of what your property taxes are. What are your property tax values? Are they increasing or decreasing in the area? That's going to have an impact on your budget. It's also going to have an impact if you've got property tax values that are going up and you're going to go for a bond proposal. That's great. That's more money that you're going to generate quicker to pay off that debt when it comes time. Or property tax values are going down, might be harder to pass a bond, or you're going to have to take that debt out for a longer period of time in order to pay it back. So your property tax values have a huge impact on how you go about a bond issue and that sort of thing. That's
Just a quick question. You talked about the financial resources. From your experiences, do some districts have foundations that help supplement their income?
Yes, some districts are fortunate enough to have community foundations or other entities that can help contribute to certain programs and that sort of thing. If you do have that, it's included in your local revenue sources. And that's where that would be reported.
It could be your own foundation. It doesn't have to be a separate entity, or does it have to be a separate?
If it's your own foundation, like, then it's gonna be most likely it's gonna be outside of the general fund. The money is just gonna be transferred into the general fund, but that has to be kept track of separately, and you show where the money went in and what it was spent on. Generally, it's an outside entity that will give money as a grant sort of thing that comes into the general fund, and you show we got $10,000 here, we spent $10,000 here. Again, any money that flows in from an outside entity like that, like a foundation, should have zero impact on your fund balance. Revenues equals expenses. No impact. You're not building or taking away from your fund balance based on that money that comes in from foundations. Take a look at staffing. How old is your staff? How young is your staff? Are your salaries top heavy? Because you've got you have a more experienced staff, so they're higher up on those, not only on steps, but also on tiers. Maybe you have more that have a master's or a master's plus 30 or a doctorate. So they're on that lane, they're higher up in they've been with the district for so many years. So you're heavier in your salaries. Or do you have a less experienced and cheaper salaries? You have to take a look at that. Where are you going with that? Same way with your administrative and supervisor staff and your support staff. And you guys have been talking a lot about your number of school buildings and the age and the physical conditions and doing a study there. All of those go into that budget decisions. Where are your district levels of operation today? You can kind of look at expenditures on a per student basis, and that is something that you can do out there on your transparency area. You can go out and you can ask for all of that information, and it will calculate what operating expenses per student, your capital outlay per student, all that information is already out there on your transparency page. But all of this sort of information is helpful when you were looking at developing your budget. No break, we're going. So forces that's impact your budget. We've talked about a lot about this. All of those rules and regulations and restrictions, from general school laws, compiled laws in Michigan, to Attorney General's opinions, and then we get in there all of the federal rules and regulations too. You have what's your organizational structure of your district? Each district is different, and this impacts your budget. Keep in mind, if you have a school structure where you have early elementary and you have that in a building versus all elementary in one building, middle school versus high school, block scheduling, trimesters, all of those sorts of things that you put into place to deliver that instruction has an impact on your budget. ISDs versus local districts versus charters. ISDs and local districts and charters all have different types of expenses, and they also have different types of revenues that come in. Again, rural versus suburban and city schools, and how heavy is extracurricular activities? I live in Ithaca, and Ithaca was 5-time state football champs in a row, 5 years in a row. Huge football program from the time, King Week all the way through. Lots of attention going on those extracurricular types of activities in that particular district. Does a lot of funding follow that? No, because the funding isn't there to do it. But that doesn't mean that that's not a focus. That doesn't mean that it's not important. That's part of the culture you need to take that into consideration when you're looking at any aspect of the district, even the budget. Some major forces that impact the budget, as far as economic conditions, inflation, deflation. We've been dealing with inflation, tax increases or decreases. And you know, you're all the time searching for those efficiencies and changing your different service levels. Even efficiencies, even your transportation, your buses. Do we continue to go with diesel? Do we switch to gas? Do we go with electric? What's the cost savings in between all of that? What are the efficiencies there? There's a huge price range difference in each of those different types of buses. If that's something that you're looking at needing to make it large, if you're looking at needing to purchase some new buses for your bus fleet, those are sorts of things that you're going to have to take into consideration. And then demographic characteristics of your district, your free and reduced lunch count, because those deal right into your poverty indicators, which have a direct impact on the amount of federal funds that you receive. English as a second language, this seems to be an increasing population for lots of school districts. And then your community wealth and associated expectations within your district. All of these things need to be taken into consideration when you're looking at your budget. And we talked a little bit about this too, your historical financial data. Where's revenue been? Where's your student count been? What about staffing costs and special programming costs? What's your fund balance district? All of that needs to go into your budget creation. And so after taking all of these different ideas and forces affecting your budget process, after you've given them the proper consideration, can you really even start to create your budget? And this is where your superintendent and the administrative team, they do all of this for you. They put all of this together. They're the ones that are in the trenches. They know. And then they come to you with a budget, and here's a list of our major budget assumptions. And this is the district goals, and this is where they're located in the budget of how we're addressing the district goals. And here's the budget at a function level. So your budget process and timeline. So you have to have a budget in place by July 1. And so you have to obtain that approval prior to June 30th. What happens at that budget? You should be truing up your current year budget. So hopefully you've had a budget amendment since that first one. Generally, budget amendments happen in January and February. Can anybody tell me why it happens in January or February? It's the first time you can really adjust your budget. Remember? You know what title money, you know what your federal award's finally going to be. And you have a pretty good idea of what your student count's going to be because you have your October 1 count. And hopefully you know what your foundation allowance is going to be because the state finally passed a budget by October 1st. So by that time, things have settled down a little bit. Now you can come to the board with a budget amendment, generally in February. That's kind of like the typical timeline. So come now to your budget process, your final budget for the year is trued up. And then you develop estimates for your major budget drivers. You project what your financial position is going to be if you can for a couple of years. And then you pull all that together. So now you true up your current year budget. You have a projection for your next year budget. Hopefully you've done all of that in a budget workshop. Then by law, you have to hold your budget hearing. We talked about that. That budget hearing has to be advertised. And in there, you're having your truth in taxation as part of that. And that's where in that advertisement in the newspaper, you're saying, hey, this is our truth in taxation, which means we're going to be talking about what we're going to be levying as far as taxes. And this is how we're going to use it. And then you obtain budget approval prior to that June 30th. So as you're talking about what your major budget assumptions are, those budget assumptions are going to include enrollment, foundation allowance, all of your employment contracts. So you're going to be looking at what are your salary costs, your steps, your longevity, what are your healthcare costs, retirement, staffing ratios, all that sort of thing, what your utilities, your fuel, what your capital needs are. All of that goes into, those are some of your major budget variables. Since they're your major budget variables, you should probably have in front, these are our basic budget assumptions. that are going into the numbers that we're asking you to approve. This is just a nice chart you can take, or a chart that you can take a look at just how much the change of 50 students. So district A is no student growth, same enrollment, but you get a foundation increase of $202. It's a little over $1 million of additional revenue. District B, they get 50 students. That's 1.5 million. District C, you lose 50 kids. Now your state aid increase for the year, which seemed great because it's over $200 per kid. It's only a $500,000 worth of an increase in your foundation allowance because you lost 50 students. So it's important to take a look at where your student enrollment is, because it's all great and wonderful if the state is going to say, we're going to give you a $500 increase in your foundation allowance. Doesn't mean much if I'm going to lose 100 kids. Or if I'm going to, so you really need to take a look at when they say this is the increase in foundation, what does that mean for our district? What sort of increase in our bottom line revenues does that really mean? Because you can see down at the bottom, a new bus, that's a diesel bus. And I called a transportation director friend of mine and said, hey, Mark, last time you bid out buses, what were they? He said, here's my December of 24 quote. A regular diesel bus is $149,000. Wow. That's one bus. Last time I was at Bullet Creek, we bought buses in our with part of our bond issue was $86,000. That was 5 years ago. You want an electric bus? You're looking at $500,000. Yes. By the time you put in a charging station and all of that you need, it's $500,000. Average teacher costs in the state of Michigan is $107,000. Now that is salary and benefits. So that includes health, dental, vision, retirement, that sort of thing. A new teacher average is $81,000. So as you're taking a look at staffing ratios and that sort of thing, those and combining all of that with any possible capital outlay, new buses, that sort of thing. Those are the numbers that you're looking at.
You said that's with benefits.
The 107 and the 81, yes, that's with benefits. Here's a chart that we kind of alluded to, Steve, when we were talking about the foundation increases over the years. You see that big, that blue that's going in the opposite direction. Yeah, that's the year that I don't want to relive. That's when they came back and they took $470 per student in April, when my year end was June 30th. I spent the money. Where do you want me to get it from? And I got to send it back to them. Yeah, that was not a good year.
This year, they didn't.
No, they didn't. No.
What would be an example of something that would cause them to do that, or how is that legal?
So, that time in the 2012-13 year, 11-12 year, yeah, in 2011-12, that's when the economy just tanked. They did not have the money to send us. And they actually had to take funding back because they didn't have money in the school aid fund to continue to fund districts at the level, because that's when the auto industry tanked, that sort of thing. Really quick, prior to, I think it was 1993, with Proposal A, school aid funding was based on property taxes, but we also had one of the highest property taxes paid in the nation. Michigan did. So in order to cut property taxes, they shifted how funding works for school districts, and they shifted it from property taxes to sales tax. But what happens with sales tax and tobacco tax and a couple of other taxes? What happens to those when the economy is bad? People don't spend money. They're not buying things. They're not paying sales tax. Sales tax money doesn't go into the school aid fund. School aid fund doesn't have money to pay the districts. So as the economy did poorly, and that's what happened in that particular year, money wasn't flowing into the state. And by law, according to the Constitution, schools were funded basically by state sales tax. They didn't have the money. They didn't have money from any place else to fund it. So they took the money back from the districts. This chart is a nice chart to look at as impact of personnel costs. So the key to controlling your budget is to control personnel costs. Because again, 76% of your expenditures least across the state of Michigan, average 76% is people. So that's, if you're gonna have an impact on your budget, it's gonna impact people. And Vice President Bowens, I totally understand where you're coming from. When you say, I'm laying these people off and we might have to privatize this and that sort of thing in order to save costs, I'm gonna turn around and say, and hey, we wanna levy this number of bills and have you pay property taxes so we can do all of this. It's an ugly balancing act. And I totally understand where you're coming from, but unfortunately, we're in the people business. And so in order to have any sort of impact on the budget, if you have to make cuts, it's gonna impact people. So the best thing you can do is to be as transparent as possible and to say, yes, we're cutting 3 million, but we're cutting 3 million because of this, 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 and this. And so we're gonna try our hardest to impact students the least amount possible. But bottom line is, you only have so many resources in order to do what you need to do. So here is a good example of what those payroll taxes, the health insurance and retirement. Now, this just is health insurance. It's not dental and vision. It's not disability insurance. It's not life insurance. Those are pretty cheap benefits, but it's still additional cost in there. And are you a hard cap district? I couldn't, you are? Okay. So for anybody who has a full family healthcare package, that right there is $21,049 a year is what you're paying in health insurance for somebody to have a full family package. Now, does that mean that your package actually costs $21,000? Maybe it's less than that. But by law, you can spend up to $21,000 on your health insurance for a full family.
Okay. So that right there really shouldn't be under new. That should be 81,000.
Oh, yes, I went to change. Thank you for catching that typo. Yes, it's 81,192. I attempted to change it.
You're the English teacher, we've been fine.
You're one person.
Say the one.
And when I say your policy might not be that, like maybe you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO program that a full family only costs $18,000. Well, you're only paying $18,000. But the hard cap for a full family, according to the state of Michigan, means you can spend up to $21,049 for that full family. But notice that retirement for every dollar that you're paying in salary, you're paying 26 cents for retirement. That's just retirement.
That's a salary is at $45,000.
Yes, for a new teacher, average is $45,000 according to the state.
Do those percentages go up the more you pay? Like the retirement?
Absolutely. Yeah, the higher the salary, the more you're going to be paying in retirement, the more you're going to be paying in payroll taxes because those are a percentage of your salary.
Off the salary.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
It's serious.
It's
Except for when you talk about the Mason concern, they're paying more than what they get out of it.
They are.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
It's very
paying
expensive.
for the Mason.
They're paying for the name because we get the same benefits on Blue Cross, but that's.
Mesa is underwritten by Blue Cross.
It is. Yeah.
And so if you actually take a summary of benefits for Blue Cross Blue Shield plan, and then summary of benefits for a Mesa, and I'm really dating myself when I say super fair one, because I don't have them anymore. But choices it's been a long time since I looked at Mesa. But if you were to take a summary of benefits for a Mesa plan and a Blue Cross Blue Shield plan, before you get to see too many differences is when you get into, you only get 12 chiropractic visits versus 24 chiropractic visits, or 12 mental health sessions versus 24 mental health sessions. It's very minimal. And the number of people that actually take advantage of those services that are different, few and far between.
Basics make it big bucks.
They are. And teachers like to be able to say, I just handle my basic work.
And that's what they fought for so many years when I was teaching. That Mesa, it was just like a big thing. And I didn't understand what it was about, but it was like you could go.
It's a Mercedes, but it's Chevy engine.
Yeah. And I ain't use, look, and I ain't use,
It's the exact same thing.
I didn't use hardly any of those benefits either.
They have not been able to, you know, so now
Keep
it's.
them on, don't talk.
Yeah. Yes, right.
Yes.
So you need to take a look at your impact of your salary steps too. Because keep in mind, when you are looking at how much your teachers, salaries are going to be, not only do you have an increase, from, let's say you're gonna give them a 3% increase on the salary schedule. All of those numbers are gonna increase by 3%, so everybody gets 3%, plus then some people are moving up a step. So you gotta take in consideration that you got a 3%, but the difference between each one of those is might be 2%, so overall, they're getting a 5% increase. So all of those things have to take, be taken into consideration. So just in this example, we go all the way down to the bottom. So if you start with across the board pay increase of 2%, but then you got steps in there that's 2.1, really, teachers are getting a pay increase of 4.1%. Now, if you're at the top of the pay scale, you're as far as steps, if your steps go up to 15 and you're at 15, you're only getting the 2%, yes, but that's because you ran out of steps. But typically, a step increase and then an overall increase can be anywhere between that 4 to 5 to 6%. All of that is going to be taken into consideration in your budget. Really quick, projected MISRS costs. We all have heard about the unfunded liability that's out there in the MISRS fund and the retirement fund. Basically, it's within the health insurance, the health coverage area. That is projected to be paid off by 2038, and it's leveled off. So, but in your notes to your financial statements, it still looks like, and I didn't even bother to look because it's such an outrageous number, but probably Benton Harbor area schools probably have close to a $40 million liability to the retirement fund, because that's happens to be your share of the unfunded liability. That's billions of dollars, but it has gotten better. Really quick, impact of staffing ratios. Let's say you want to decrease the class sizes. And so you're looking at your elementary, middle school, and high school, and you're currently at this particular ratio of students to teachers, and you want to drop just 2 students per teacher. That's what you want to drop down to. And so that means overall, at those different levels, district-wide, you're going to have to hire 9 teachers in order to drop that down to that, reduce that class size. Do you have $730,000 in your budget? And that's assuming you can find 9 teachers and bring them in at $45,000 a year. Are you going to find 5? Are you going to find 9 new teachers? Let's find 1.
So if you, let me ask you a question.
You can attract more teachers. If I was a teacher, I'd rather have 15 students in the class.
You're going to attract teachers. That is a very good point. But are you going to attract a $45,000 teacher? You might attract a teacher that has 5 or 6 years from another district. Now you got the dilemma of, I do have a brand new teacher right out of college, or I have this one over here that's got 5 or 6 years under the belt already. Which one is it's going to be better for the students? Which is going to be better for the budget?
So when you have,
Budget.
when you have like we do, staff, we have a lot of bacon. And so I think we spend a lot of money, long terms of all of those different things. How do you weigh that out? What would have to happen from a financial perspective? Say, okay, this is what you all are paying in ed staff for substitute teachers or for teachers who are taking on 2 classes. You know, it's just like that.
Overload. How much are you paying for overload?
Yeah, how much are you paying? Yeah, you know, like, are you saving?
Well, unfortunately, you can look at all of that and you can analyze it, but it all comes down to the basic fact of we need more teachers.
Yeah.
If we had more teachers, we wouldn't have the vacancies that are being covered by EduStaff, long-term subs, that sort of thing. If we could just have more teachers. And then if you have an ample amount of teachers to fill your vacancies, then you can even look at the cost savings between paying EduStaff for subs, or maybe as a district, you hire 1, 2, or 3 floating subs. You've got a teacher in every building, and all they do is fill in. If the teacher's gone that day, you automatically go into that classroom and you sub it there. If everybody is there that day, then you are working with curriculum director on this or that, or collecting data, da, 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 da. But you can come up with all sorts of plans like that, but they don't mean anything if you don't have the bodies to put in it.
Yeah.
You have to address their teaching. It's gonna be more costly for EduStaff. It just is. It's gonna be.
It's more costly.
It's more costly.
Yeah.
For EduStaff, but what are you gonna do?
Right.
Your hands are tied. Until you can actually get somebody and have them deployed by the district.
And so a floating sub is employed by the district?
You can, yeah, you could employ a floating sub by, lots of districts have one to that, if they can find an individual who's willing to do it. Yes. And it's a cost savings. Plus, they're your person. And they buy into the district and they're there every day and they get to know the kids and that sort of thing. So it works, there's a lot of benefits to something like that, if you can find the body.
I had thought when I was here, I had like 8 vacancies in core classes. And so I was trying to figure out a way where, like you said, you have a floating sub, but you have a certified core teacher that can teach, like say for instance, they can teach algebra and they can teach geometry. So that floating sub, it would be that teacher might be teaching 2 classes, but the sub is in there assisting.
Yeah, I mean, you can come up with, that's a great plan.
Yeah.
You can come up with all of the plans that you want, but if you can't find the bodies built, that's.
But at that time, I did have some long-term subs that were there, but I was just trying to how to balance.
Long-term that they can be EduStaff, or long-term that were on the salary of the district.
At that time, I think we were in EduStaff then. Yeah, in 2016, I think it was EduStaff then. But I was just trying to figure out ways because you didn't have teachers.
You definitely need to be creative by all means.
And so it'd be like almost like in a lecture type situation as well. Each hour and balancing your teachers out like that. Yeah.
Right. All right, quickly, non-personnel costs. We talked about lots of these things. Transportation. These sorts of decisions that you make in transportation can impact your transportation costs. How often you replace your bus fleet, what are your types, what are your routes? Are you shorter routes, longer routes, extracurricular? Maybe you don't cover, you don't provide transportation for sporting events, for away games, that sort of thing. All of those things can go into your budget decisions.
So I have a quick question for you. We outsource that to First Student. So, and then this might be more so a question for Dr. Butts. Which of these expenses impact us being that we outsource?
So since we outsource, we don't pay the salaries, the benefits, all the extras. The only thing we pay them is a flat fee of what they charge. And so with that flat fee comes their buses maintenance, maintenance on the buses, the purchases of the buses, et cetera. We don't have to deal with all of that. No.
They sold it. 2 previous superintendents sold the fleet to the company.
Gave it away.
And that often happens when you outsource the
The only thing that the thing that's different for us is that, and I'm pretty sure I'm not mistaken in this, the location that the entity utilizes is our property.
Yes.
So we do receive a revenue that comes in from the lease of that particular. Yeah.
Kind of offsets the cost of having.
Slightly.
But one more question. This is one thing that I think that we need to look at. As our numbers, quote unquote, decrease, the routes there are kids that's catching buses to this school that live 5 streets down. And we never looked at rerouting to say, okay, this is what we have.
There's bus routing software.
Yeah.
That is very reasonable and is worth the investment.
Because there's no way they should be catching a bus and they live on Columbus Street.
I'd be taking a look at your busing contract and see if that can't be, may even be part of the services that they're supposed to be provided to. I don't know, it is, okay,
Yeah.
great, yep.
I mean, but things like.
So other items that impact your budget, all of these sorts of things, curriculum, any of your fixed assets, financial management, upkeeping, who's updating your webpage, that takes money, all of your phone lines, all this data warehousing, all this your student information system, all of that has an impact on your budget. Along with your sub costs, your teaching supplies, your contracted services, if you have a pool, if you have to have an auditorium, field trips, custodial supplies, all of that goes into your budget. And right now, this is probably all of these things combined in here, what's in here, you're probably looking at 5 to 9% of your budget. So if you want to cutting teaching supplies, cutting library books, cutting back on postage doesn't do a whole lot to your bottom line of your budget. The only thing that does is really makes people angry.
And people spending money that don't have money, teachers spending money, already working a second job.
You're paid.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
But you need to at least give them everything that you basically can for them to be successful, or that's how you continue to lose teachers as well.
Capital needs and reoccurring costs, you guys have done, you're doing it and you're in the middle of it. Looking at all of the roofs and the concrete and the asphalt and the amount that are parking lot costs, $2 million. Ridiculous. But you're already looking at all of that. So band instruments, do you provide the band instruments? Is that something that has to be a reoccurring cost every 5 to 10 years, that sort of thing? Are you a one-to-one district of a device, one-to-one?
Yep.
Replacement costs on those. Yeah. Maintenance on those, all of this. Reoccurring and equipment costs. So things to keep in mind about your budget. So remember the roles of each of your team players. We've talked about these a little bit. We'll go over them in a little more detail here. So your superintendent, they present, administers, and monitors the budget to ensure that it aligns with the board and district priorities. Ultimately, that is the superintendent's job. The superintendent may then delegate to their business manager, CFO, and following under his or her guidance, superintendent's guidance, then that individual prepares the budget using forecast assumptions. The whole dartboard thing, yep, that looks good because we don't have any more information than that at this point in time. The business manager monitors, updates the budgets, and comes back with, all right, I think we're ready to amend and let's take this to the board. The board reviews the budget, ensures it meets the district priorities according to what your policies are, and adopts the budget within the required timelines. And you communicate with individuals in your district and your legislators. District staff provide input and data. So your district staff goes to the building principals then reports to the superintendent and the chief and the business manager. And then your community, you have quite a few from members of the community here. They're going to provide input and feedback on your district priorities and what your perceived success or not success is on those priorities. All of that goes into, keep in mind for your budget as you're developing it. We talked about this. Remember the timing of your budget. Your admin team is developing a new budget before the state has done much of anything. So please keep that in mind. It's the best guess, and they're going to tell you what those budget assumptions are. And you should expect an explanation of what those main assumptions are within that budget. So adopt a budget by July 1. You should adopt a budget that keeps your fund balance above that 5%. If it's below 5%, we talked about that. Department of Treasury comes in and says, hey, what the heck are you doing here? Districts cannot adopt a deficit budget, which means you spend all the money that your revenue that you're coming in and you spend all of your fund balance and you say you're going to spend some more. No, you'll be put on a deficit list and then you have to start doing that monthly reporting to the state. And could be they come in and just, plop in that office and we're from the government and we're here to help. Spending down your fund balance is okay. I'm not saying that you can't dip into your fund balance, but pay attention to how much you're spending and why you're spending it and how if, let's say you're extremely blessed and you're at 25% fund balance, I think you could probably spend a little bit of that down. But you're also not going to be spending it on programs that you can't maintain. They're one-time expenses. And with all of your grant dollars that come through that seem to change from year to year, especially like your ESSER funds, you don't build programs on that. So that's one-time money. Because unless you are willing to take general fund money to support those later when those funds disappear.
No,
No.
that's it. We're trying to get the last $3 million back.
We talked about a lot of these, your revenue should equal or exceed your expenses, so that means that you are breaking even or you're adding to your fund balance. And your grant dollars should never have a bottom line impact. Take into account if you're negotiating a contract, look at some data and benchmarks to support the assumptions that you have in your budget. And make sure you're taking in infrastructure, technology, buses, equipment, that sort of thing. Looking at staffing ratios, filling all your vacancies. You're all the time looking for partnerships and ways that you can collaborate with programs. And again, just continue to communicate. Be as transparent as possible. Here's just some websites that you can go to for information. All of these here is where I pulled information, all the charts that you see in here and state aid foundation charts and that sort of thing. Either came from Bulletin 1014, from my school data, all of that bid. That's where all that information came from. Done.
So I just want to tell you, thank you.
We got one more meeting to go.
You've done a phenomenal job this evening.
Amazing.
You can email me that. I'll definitely tell them you've done a great job. Even your refresher of 103, we went through those basics in the virtual training, but you really kind of gave us more of a detailed information.
You know, it's easier to schedule a virtual, but there's nothing like it.
No, it's not.
So I appreciate you. I think that this information was definitely extremely timely in where we are as a district. I commend you again for your patience in hanging out with us the time prior.
Said, I wanted to become a teacher and I don't have that gift, and I'm thankful that my accounting professor told me that. So I said, but I want to contribute somehow, and so, and now I'm able to do this, and I'm just happy to be able to provide that service. So I do have to put that plug in again for the audit report, the CBA, understanding your audit report. If you haven't taken that in one of our conferences, I highly suggest that, or as a board, if you have any more required training, that would be a good one.
Can you send that to me in email?
Yes.
Which particular training you're suggesting, as well as any others that you are certified to train with MASB?
I can send you the finance.
Okay.
There's CBA 215, which is intermediate school finance. And then there's an advanced school finance, and then there's understanding your audit report, but I can send you all of them.
Okay, and then last question, do you have normally when we're in a course, we get a survey option. Do you have a survey that we can fill out to give you feedback?
I like to make
Okay.
some now.
Talk to Katie or Debbie Stick. I think Debbie would be the one.
And all of this is stuff that you can do, not necessarily tonight, because I know you need some rest, but at a later date.
I will let them know that everybody was here. Yeah, so that's not a problem. You had a full board, so I will let them know. I will find out about the evaluation part. And then also the other financial to be able to be offered.
Thank you so much. You've been phenomenal.
I think that's good for you. Yeah, it's not because what you did, it kind of like, it opened up a little bit. You know, you could see some things. It was open. It really was good. Yeah, it really was.
I'm glad that it was helpful for you.
So I would ask if the board could give her a round of applause for her efforts tonight. All right, so we're gonna move right along. As you all are aware, we still have a closed session.
Madam President,
Now the thing is, I kind of asked a couple people in recess. It's 11:30. We can either commit to trying to do a quick 30-minute closed session and commit to leaving by 12. Or if you all have availability for tomorrow, we can come back and do a quick hour.
Madam President, I suggest a quick 30-minute.
Okay, so we're gonna commit to 30 minutes in closed session. So at this particular time, this is under board business. I'd ask if there,
Can somebody walk her out? Sorry.
Wait a minute. Can you see if, can you walk around?
the Board of Education may hold a closed session to consider materials such as written opinions of council which are exempt from discussions by state or federal statute. Reference policy 0167.2 F. We will be reviewing two separate opinion of councils provided by Troon, specifically our attorney Gardner. So at this particular time, I'll ask if there is a motion to end open session and enter closed session.
I move that we end open session and enter closed session.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by trustee Gavin and supported by Vice President Bowens. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes, Treasurer Bradley.
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, so we are entering closed session as of 11:32 PM with the commitment to exit no later than 11:59 so that we can adjourn by 12 AM. All right, so the board has returned from closed session. Can I have a motion to end
Madam President.
closed session and return to open session?
Madam President, I make a motion to end closed session and return to open session.
Support. All right, the motion has been made by Vice President Bowens and supported by Trustee Doyle that we end closed session and return to open session. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
I don't know, I'm glad, no. Madam, I'm gonna say Madam President. President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowens,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried, Madam President.
The board has returned to open session as of 12:40 PM.
AM.
12:40 AM. Oh, Lord.
It's just a record.
All righty, so as stated, we just returned from closed session reviewing an opinion of council per policy 0167.2 F. At this particular time, I am scheduling a special meeting with the Board of Education for Thursday, April the 17th at 6:00 PM. For the public's knowledge, the topic at this particular time for the Board of Education to review will be the superintendent search process. Things to be expected to be finalized per vote is the superintendent search profile, as well as the posting of the superintendent search, as well as whether or not the board is going to select a particular consultant or superintendent search firm. We anticipate making a formal decision on that, as well as a potential timeline for finalizing the superintendent search process. One of the things that is extremely important for the Board of Education is transparency through this process. And so after we make this formal update, we will have those that timeline and those things available per our website for the public. So if there's anyone that is tuned in that would like to weigh in on that particular topic, we do invite the public to attend to give us their thoughts on what you would like the superintendent search process to look like moving forward. Additionally, given our board policy on committees, I am board president, am creating and establishing a superintendent search committee that will be composed of 3 board members. And so I will be marinating on identifying those particular board members. And we'll share that with the board as well as notate who those key individuals will be at our special meeting as noted. So we do want to ensure that the public is aware of that. There is some additional homework and research and clarifications that the Board of Education would desire to have at this particular time. And given the hour of 12:43 a.m., it is in our best interest that we do adjourn our meeting at this time. So as stated, we will reconvene on next Thursday, which is April the 17th at 6:00 p.m. to finalize our timeline, et cetera, for our superintendent search process moving forward. So at this particular time, I would ask, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by trustee Gavin and supported by VP, treasurer. That wasn't Trent, was it? Treasurer Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
Gavin and then Bradley,
Yes.
Yes. Oh.
adjourn.
Yes.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Treasurer Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin. Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, we are adjourned as of 12:44 a.m.